Okay, this is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on March 27, 2023. The meeting is now called to order. It is 4:03 p.m. Councilmember Burns, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
City Clerk, can you call roll?
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales, Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Mayor Casey,
Here.
Councilmember Perez is not present. The agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister special meeting of March 27th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on March 24th, 2023 at 3:15 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
All right, let's do the consent agenda. Would any members of the council or members of the public like to pull an item from the consent agenda? No. City Clerk, are there any public comments on the consent agenda items?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we do have one from Dennis Lawn for agenda item number 1.
Thank you. I usually do this on Zoom, so it's good to be here in person. I'm just a citizen. I don't know my facts and figures or anything about this agenda, but I've been a resident here for more than 30 years. And I just want to bring in the high school. Okay. The high school over those 30 years, I've seen hold the council, the city, the county hostage, basically, to build their empire. And I'm not here to talk about the high school. I'm going to ignore all that. We're here to talk about River Parkway. Okay. River Parkway was a result of a high school decision. Let's be honest. Now, that River Parkway was rapidly built. Okay. Again, like I said, I have no facts. Okay. It's rapidly built like the Highway 25. But I know the state came in and said, you guys didn't build this to standards. And they had to close it and build up the ramp because the sharp curve, it had to go up. River Parkway wasn't that way. River Parkway was built quickly for a reason, right? We all know that reason. There's no shoulders on it. There's 2 sharp curves on it with no road signs saying, warning, there's a curve coming up. There's no lighting. We've seen accidents on it. No barriers to protect the people walking on that nice walkway. Where and when is a high school going to be held accountable for something like this? I mean, that sinkhole on the sidewalk, I support the county or the city, the city to pay for to improve it. But there's no shoulder on the road. It's going to happen again. That highway is unsafe, that roadway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the public comments we have for the consent agenda items.
Okay, so may I have a motion then to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Great. So that carries 4-0. Okay, so we're going to move on to council business, and we're going to actually move up item 4 to before our Brown Act training before we do that. So we're going to do the traffic calming measures first. If we could have the staff report.
quick introduction. Do we have the clicker? Here it is. So this is traffic, the staff will provide a presentation on the current process involved in the development of traffic calming measures and options to consider when adopting a formal policy, depending on the type of roadway, whether it's a residential or an arterial roadway. So Frederick Venter with Kimley Horn is going to provide the presentation on the current process and policies and some policy options to consider going forward.
Mark, if I may, I'd just like to add that the presentation this evening does not cover adding stop signs throughout the city. That is technically not a traffic calming measure. We did have some questions about that at the last meeting, and so I've asked our city attorney to give us a formal opinion on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Good evening. Frederick Venter with Kimley Horn. I'm going to present to you the informal process. As you know, you haven't got a formal process, so I'm going to present you the informal process that we've followed with staff in two main focuses. One is for speed cushions, and the other one is what I would call more traditional traffic calming. So those may include some additional measures. So just as a little bit of history, so far in the city, we've had 50 total requests for speed cushion studies. And through some initial information and data gathering, 24 of those streets warranted them, and 26 streets did not warrant the installation of speed cushions. Traffic calming study locations, which are the more comprehensive ones, we've had the first two, Cesar Chavez and Memorial Drive. Those were in draft, or they are in draft. They have not been presented to council. We've gone through the process with the community and developed a plan. I think those were actually on the previous council meeting where we decided let's hold off on them. Though outreach was conducted with the broader community, 2 meetings held. Then the process is to bring it back to city council. And I'm going to describe a little bit more information how we would then do the next steps. Buena Vista, Central, and Sally has gone through the full process of the outreach was conducted with the local community, the traffic calming plan developed with interim and ultimate improvements to help facilitate funding and budgeting as well. And then all 3 of these have been installed as well. Lad Lane and South Side was the one where no outreach was conducted. The traffic calming was, however, developed, the plans and the interim measures were installed a couple of weeks ago. And then Cienega Road, there was outreach conducted. That was a little bit before Kimley Horn. The traffic calming was installed and after studies have been finished. So after studies have currently been finished for, I think, Buena Vista, Central, and Cienega. So let's first only look at speed cushions. So speed cushions is just those humps that we put in the road and nothing else. Some striping may be accompanying the layouts, but it's primarily speed cushions. So how this happens is a resident would call one of you, a city council member, and say, speeding on my street, lots of cut through traffic, it's unsafe. Can we please install these speed cushions? Council member would then call engineering staff or city manager and say, I've got this request. Can you guys please look at it? City staff then contacts the consultant and say, can we do the initial draft, initial data collection? Then a proposal gets prepared for the cost of that data collection. It's usually fairly low. It's not collecting speed counts, speeds, traffic counts, and those are basically the 2 that we look at, and then a couple of other measures that we look at as well. And then we do start that initial speed cushion study, right? If it is warranted, so if it is a yes, then layouts will be prepared by the consultant, and then the layouts go to the city crew for installation of those speed cushions. If the study says no, it's not warranted, then basically the response back will be no, we do not install it's not warranted to install the cushions on the road network. So what are those warrants for installing a speed cushion? The classification usually becomes important. We focus on a local or a local street or a collector street, and those are identified in the general plan. The main reason is that, if the speeds go up, you do not want to install the cushions because you're going to bring the speed so much down. So if somebody's driving 45 or 55, all of a sudden they're going to do 20. That's not the appropriate measure to use on a street for traffic calming measures. Usually where we have high activity, especially with kids or parents, like schools, parks, and where we have a lot of residential driveways, where there's a lot of conflicting movements, where we want to lower the speeds, we install the speed cushions. On all residential streets, there's a de facto 25 mile an hour speed limit that is valid. You don't even need to display the 25 mile an hour sign. It is by default in the vehicle code. It is allocated as such. And when you go for your driver's license, you're supposed to know that. We also do not implement these on 4-lane roads. So where there's 2 lanes in one direction, only one travel lane in each direction. Road grades, 8% up or 8% down. That is just because the deceleration on an uphill, vehicles need to decelerate so much and then accelerate on a downhill, again, too much deceleration. And then if there's a lot of truck traffic, those trucks will also cause they can use their brakes at night, and the air brakes will make noise. So we also look at some truck traffic volumes on the roadways. We've had very little of these except for Buena Vista over the hill, where we some of those grades, but we've sort of flattened them out, made sure about side distance as well. We try to implement with speed limit is 30 miles an hour or less. Like I said, 25 definitely. And then for the speeds, we look at the 85th percentile speed. So we collect a full day of speeds, and you usually have well over 100 samples. And if your 85th percentile speed is more than 5 miles an hour than the posted speed limit, then it's also warranted for installing a speed cushion. And basically 85th percentile means if you have 100, if 85 of those, if more than 85 of those are higher than the 5 miles an hour, that's when you install the speed cushion. We also look at then when we do the installation, they work effectively, and probably Buena Vista is the best example, between 250 and 500 feet apart. We try to aim for 300. Also, we try for mid-block. So let's say you have 2 stop signs on side streets, you go for mid-block as a measure to decrease the speed, and not too close to an intersection. So usually 200 feet or more from an intersection where there's a stop control or a signal. We do not obstruct existing driveways. And we look especially for the placement with utilities and drainage access, so we don't impact those elements on the roadway. And then we do place them, as you've seen the last time, that there's a gap in between for maintaining fire truck access on the roadway. Traffic calming, which is a little bit more of the comprehensive analysis. It's include more than just traffic speed cushions. Basically the same process. There's a resident that would call one of you and say, people are speeding on our street. It's not safe for our kids at the school. Can we please slow it down? Council member contacts city staff. City staff will then contact the consultant, do a proposal. Now this proposal will be, we would again do that feasibility study upfront to see if a traffic calming study is warranted. And then if the traffic calming study is warranted, more data collection gets done. And this is where we typically have 2 outreach meetings. So the first outreach meeting is where we listen to the community. And usually we will also share the data. And a lot of the times the data really corresponds 100% with what the community says. The community will say we see speeding, and we can typically see that there is some speeding. We can see cut through traffic. On Central Avenue, the volumes were higher than what it should have been on a local street. So basically confirming basically what the community is saying. We may also at that first meeting have some concept layout to illustrate the principles. We also illustrate, I think the last time we shared with you what traffic calming does and how it works, right? We share that with the community, and then we have input, and they tell us what they think would work and what we can do. Then we go back and we do develop concept layouts, right? In the second meeting, we would then present a concept layout, get input. If there's measures that the community thinks we should further enhance, we will do another update. I think the only project that we've had a third community meeting on was on Central. All the other projects we finished within 2 meetings. I think Central was the very first one in Hollister. So that was sort of, it took a little bit, to get through the process. Then we would let the community know that, okay, we're going to make some tweaks and changes. The next public meeting will be City Council or Planning Commission, depending on how we move forward. So then that traffic calming plan comes back to City Council for review and approval. And then if the City Council say yes, let's move ahead, then a concept design is then taken to a final design, and that final design with bid estimates comes back to council. Council approves it, and then staff then bids the plans. The plans again come back to council with the bids for final approval, and then it gets implemented. And then we do the after studies as well. It's always good to see if the after studies do work. A little bit on the financial impacts. So looking at budget considerations, all the studies are budgeted in the engineering and community services, from the planning to implementation. The speed cushion studies, cost of a last study, including data collection, including the layouts. So it was $23,000 for 7 streets that were implemented. So we try to package them together because it's a bit cheaper to do them. Getting the equipment in, getting crew sets out. So, it gets less expensive because of the economy of scale. The installation, so it's estimated that doing the cushions is about $5,500 per location. And then that's one of them on each side. So basically just for a 2-lane road. And then if we did not do the speed cushions, but we did an asphalt hump. So you can build something instead of putting those cushions in with a dowel and the blacktop, you could build it from asphalt. That would be about $11,000 per location. So that's one of the main reasons why we went with the speed cushions. I think I shared with you last time, cities do take them out. If the citizens come back and say, we do not want these anymore, if you dowel them in with the speed cushions, it's really easy to remove them. If you do an asphalt hump, that's going to be quite a bit of demo that needs to happen. So traffic calming expensive so far. Central Avenue, the data collection outreach in the study was $42,000. The plans and specs was $23,000. The project bid came in at about $458,000, and the after study was $12,500. So the total for Central Avenue was $536,000. Ladd Lane and South Side, data collection was $6,500. No outreach was conducted. The plans and specs was $25,900. The bid came in at about $600. The after study is probably a little high, but we haven't finished that one yet, so we're still discussing that with staff. So the total there is going to be around $630,000, $640,000. So if you wanted to consider a policy, adopting a traffic calming policy that makes it more formal, is number one is the community engagement, right? The community is their street, right? They will come back and say, we really want, or we don't want traffic calming. So that could determine that level of community petition and buy-in is an upfront process. Almost every city has that, where somebody will have buy a sheet, and that sheet, so let's say I'm Jim Smith and I live on number 20 on Central Avenue, then I'm going to say, okay, I would like to have a petition started to install the traffic calming policies. Then they go up and down the street, they get signatures. That's really the first process. They have enough signatures, then that's the reason to then go to the city, and they'll probably again come to the council member and say, we would like to get this policy started. And then again, we study, all the upfront information, look at diversion, look at the adjacent streets. If you do see that there's going to be diversion, so it's in grid systems, right? When you have a road follows a grid system, there's a good chance that traffic's going to divert to adjacent streets. It's good if they divert to major streets, because that's where we want the traffic to be. So from a neighborhood street to a collector is fine. From a collector to our arterial is fine. Right? The intent of a neighborhood street is it's a neighborhood. I want my kids to be able to play on the street and be safe. We also determine how far to extend the adjacent streets. It gets a little challenging to accurately forecast that traffic diversion, because The ranges of local streets can vary. A cul-de-sac can have 50 cars a day on it. A neighborhood street that's long can have 1,000 cars or 2,000 cars on it. A collector can have between 5,000 and 7,000 cars a day on it. So you can see immediately there's a big jump, and sometimes people will think, well, I have 100 cars, you're going to meet 200 cars on my street? That's too much, right? You're doubling the traffic, but 200 cars is not a lot of traffic in a collector term or in an arterial term, but that's just how people think and how they do perceive it. And it's important that we take that into consideration when that diversion does happen. The next element that's important of this, so all the technical studies, I think that's pretty much down and you can stay, but also how does it get funded? Because you had a pretty good bursary and, a lot of the work got funded, the money was there, but in the future, cities do develop a budgeting item. So they will say, well, maybe we have $200,000 a year to spend on traffic calming studies and another $1 million to spend on implementation. So which projects are you going to select? So part of the policy consideration could be to develop some sort of ranking system. And that could be based on various factors, people buying into it, the speeds that are exceeded, how many cars are on it, how big is the problem. So that also gets a little bit into technical analysis, but that's many cities do that to have some sort of measure that they can go back to the community and say, this is a good way to determine, which streets should get funded that year. And of course, there's also, if streets are on the lower list of it, they just fall off and they don't even get funded. Some cities have the policy to say that, listen, we have no budget to do traffic calming. If you want measures installed, your street neighbors, you need to come up with the money for installation. That usually kills the project. Seldom that neighbors will come up with $500,000 to install traffic calming measures. I think, and then, establish a citywide speed cushion policy and include the formal process for approval. That is your easiest way to get through this, so that there's very good method in all of the madness of, what everybody wants and what we can afford and how we build it. That's it.
So does council have questions? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to kick it off. So if I heard you correctly, about 45% of all requests ultimately result in some sort of traffic calming measure, whether it be speed bumps or speed humps or other measures. Is that correct?
Our data shows about 42-58, I think it is. So let's say 50-50.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And so as I heard you say, the study is what is the catalyst ultimately, if the speeds don't warrant it, if the roads don't have the challenge. So the decision is actually driven by the data and science.
It's a data-driven process and science, exactly.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
people will sit on their porch, right, and somebody comes by and they would call, say, somebody just drove 45 miles an hour on my street, and it happens all day, and we go measure the speed and it's 25. It is human perception, and every person's perception of speed is vastly different from the next person.
This question may be actually for the city manager, the chief of police, or the fire chief. I've heard it suggested that it will slow response time. And so, but I've heard that there's concern about potential damage to the police vehicle or the fire vehicles. Have we got any actual data that suggests that there's real damage that has occurred as a result of police or fire actually going over? Or is it just an assumption?
At this point, would be an assumption. We have no data right now that any of the vehicles have been affected yet. We're relatively new into this process, but if there's something arises that are specifically because of that, we can make the council aware of it.
I think that could be very helpful to do that so that we know, because I understand people's concerns, but I want to have a data-driven outcome as well. Fire chief, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening, council, mayor. So we do have some suspension damage in some of our vehicles, but they're old. So we can't directly attribute it to it unless there was a good data analysis focusing on the time the speed bumps were put in and when the damage occurred. So like the chief was saying, it would be an assumption on our behalf too.
Okay. Yeah, along that same line, chief, before you walk away, I don't want to make you have to back and forth unnecessarily. So one of the concerns I've also heard from the community is that it will slow emergency response time.
Correct.
And I've heard some data that suggests that that's true, although it didn't sound as though it was significant. My question would be, are either of our chiefs aware of any situation where a delayed response time led to somebody's injury being more significant or somebody dying that could have been saved had there been a quicker response?
I would have to say, again, there would have to be an analysis focused to that. We don't have any significant incidents where we can attribute delayed response time to a particular incident. There would have to be an analysis behind it.
Okay. Chief of Police?
Similar to Fire Chief, we have no direct knowledge of any instance where that made a difference. Our vehicles can traverse those speed humps a lot easier than a fire engine, a lot easier than an ambulance for sure in those emergency situations.
Okay. Now, recently, I'm aware, because I drove it as recently as today, but I know that on Sunset, there are at least 2 speed humps in proximity to the hospital, one above, I guess it's Valley View, and one closer to the hospital. Has anybody heard, or has the hospital weighed in on concerns for delayed or slowed response? Or because I've had a citizen register some concern, and I too, but I also know how that came about. So
Yeah, I'm not aware of any concerns expressed by the hospital. I know those have been in less than a month.
okay.
Those were recently
right.
installed. Those were the last ones installed.
Right, and I recognize that 1 or 2 council meetings ago, we had a gentleman come who had just recovered and had serious back challenges. And I recall him being seriously concerned, and I don't know if that was factored into this formula or not, but I've not heard of anybody that has been further injured. And so for me, I think that's something that we may not necessarily normally even consider or track, but I think as we move forward, I think there'd be a value to doing that so that we have a reporting system in place. And one of the things that I like very much about the process is, unlike the $11,000 to go in and install, and I assume it would cost significant money to remove speed humps that are made of asphalt, these are a fairly quick process to remove, as I recall, because I know when they were laid out, they were somewhat more, we were learning our way as we went, and I've seen a difference in the type of speed hump and the size, and so we're learning as we go. But I think it's really all about the data for me to understand it better. And so let me see, I have a couple more questions for you guys. Are we aware of any pedestrians that have been struck on streets where speed humps exist? And the reason for my question is, I recall, and I want to say it was on Buena Vista, we were told that, I believe that the answer to that question for that road was no, and also that speed slowed significantly, collisions were reduced significantly, and I really think that's the goal here, is to reduce injuries and deaths that could be preventable by slowing vehicles, recognizing our police department, it's not that they don't want to, they just have limited resources. And so sometimes you have to use, you have to work smarter and use technology to your advantage. And in this case, the road engineering as well. And so, do we know of anybody that's been hit on a street where there's a speed hump, pedestrian?
Not particularly in proximity to a speed hump.
Right, and you know, for example, on Central, I mean, I get that the community doesn't like them. I get that they're ugly. I get that they're inconvenient. But I think there's a lot of assumptions being made, not necessarily that are supported by fact, but I get people are entitled to their opinion, but sure.
I'll just say that Central didn't have speed humps.
Okay.
It was the it was installed pre-allowing speed humps. So it has the traffic circles and
Okay.
rubberized curb.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I appreciate that. Are we aware of any deaths that have occurred as a result of slowed response? I may have asked this already, but I just want to be clear. Nobody's died as a result of the speed hump being installed. No, no. Go ahead, Chief. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not aware of anything.
Okay. And then for I guess, again, for the city manager, I know that there's a presumption, there may be an assumption that cars going over these are damaged. I'm not aware of any claims that we've had filed towards the city for damage created by a car going over a speed hump. Is there any data that would suggest that there's a problem or an issue with this?
Not that I'm aware of, and the clerk has given me the nod that she has not received any claims through her office.
Okay, so I know that when they were put in, actually, I was a strong advocate for them because on Cerro Vista, we had real problems, and the goal was to put them primarily around schools and around parks. And I still believe that's the emphasis, but I also understand that there's some collateral challenges because people chose to go down to Clearview, and I actually live off of Clearview, and so I get the benefit of driving over at least 1 to 3 to get to my house. And I agree, it's not pleasant. It slows me down maybe 30 seconds in total time. But when you do your studies, have we looked at collateral consequences to putting them, for example, on Cerro Vista and now going down to Clearview? Or is that something, if we're not, I think that's something we probably should consider doing, because I presume the reason Sunset's a problem too is because people are zigzagging their way through the neighborhoods to try and avoid them, and they're probably speeding to make up for the lost time to get to the main roadways. But is there any data or any studies that would suggest that?
For the speed cushion studies, nowhere was that considered that vehicles would reroute. For the traffic calming studies, so the one on Central, we did say it may go to Buena Vista, right? But Buena Vista also had the traffic calming measures on it. So basically those two parallel streets both had measures on them. So you pick your street. That's sort of that I guess that's the rule there.
Thank you, sir. And I guess my last question would be, I have personally been reached out to maybe 7 times since we've gone into the speed cushion, this traffic calming measures with complaints. And so recognizing that District 4 is comprised of about 10,000 registered voters and more than that in obvious residents. To me, 7 feels big when I'm receiving them, but 7 into 10,000, and I am not asking for more complaints. I'm going to put that out there, but I think that we're too new in this to really see the bigger picture at this point. But do we track complaints to the city, to the fire department, to the police department, to the engineering department to actually understand the volume? Because it may be that people are just disillusioned or apathetic about it, but I'm just not hearing the complaints that I was thinking I would if this was a true problem. And certainly the answers to my questions would suggest to me it may be a perception, but it's and it could be their reality, but I'm not seeing any data that would support that this is a huge challenge for us.
We're not currently collecting data on the number of complaints that we're receiving about it. I think I speak for fire and PD as well.
All right, that concludes my questions, gentlemen. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your report, Mayor. Thank you for my opportunity.
Sure. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question about the data as well. I've received a little bit more than 7, quite a few, if I'm being honest. And I'm just wondering, are we collecting data? I saw that you have the streets where it was requested, but which council members are the ones that requested those? Do we have data to represent that?
Not on every one of them, but for most of them, I have tracked who the request came in from. So I do have a spreadsheet that kind of lists all the streets, whether the study's completed, whether it was installed or not warranted, and then who requested it. And yes.
I just think that'd be very helpful for us to take a look at it, because at one time I was knocking on doors. I work on a lot of campaigns about a year ago on Sunset. And I heard that we just got them, but there was a lot of people requesting them off of Sunset. And I was working on a campaign over there about a year ago. So
Mm.
I'm just wondering, how long have we had the policy in place? And since then, which council members are following the policy? I'll say. I'd like to see that data because I've had calls where people say they live in a different district, they spoke to a council member, but then when I call and ask staff about it, there has not been any requests. I think that would be really helpful,
We wouldn't have that data, unfortunately. If a council member doesn't reach out to staff, then
but we'd be able to see who did.
yes.
That would be helpful.
And I can send my spreadsheet to the city manager's office.
Okay.
Yeah, council member, we can show on the ones that we have, we can show the requesting party in the district.
Perfect.
the
Again,
street.
sometimes it's out of the district, but it's a requesting party because I take calls from anybody and everybody and I return them no matter who it is, even if they're not in my district. Last time we had a presentation, you did talk about the response time. My recollection was that you did a little bit of a test here and it showed that our response time was lower than the response time that the engineers had came up with, which I'm assuming it was a national response time. I don't know. So can you speak to the local response time that you tested to the other response time?
So the data that we shared was a national response that comes from data that's been researched all over the country. So the test we did is we invited fire to actually travel along Buena Vista and traverse a few speed humps. And what they came back with, they told us, listen, we didn't have to decrease the speed. The truck, one of the wheels would go, when the width of the axle base would sort of hit the sides where the speed hump starts to go up. And the concern was that that's going over, so the truck still goes over the speed hump and that may be significant. But I think from the field test we did, fire said no, it did not impact their speed. And they felt a little bit of a hump, but it wasn't like a vehicle traveling at 40 miles an hour across the hump. And one of the reasons is, when the fire truck's got 10,000 or 5,000 gallons of water in it, it's just so heavy that the wheels, I mean, if you take a big ladder truck and they drive fast over it, you will see that the wheels does this and the ladder truck just actually stays stable.
Very good. Thank you. Again, looking back at the previous presentation on Central and Buena Vista and answering Councilmember Tim Burns' questions, I believe from what I remember, there was one car accident on Buena Vista, but there was no pedestrians hit on Central or Buena Vista from the time that the traffic calming measures were put in place. Is that correct, Frederick, or do you remember?
Sorry, I don't remember. Okay.
All right, that's my recollection. Can we look at the cost of the cost breakdown slide?
In one moment, Paul's going to bring the presentation back up.
All right, so while we're pulling that up, why was there, quote unquote, no outreach on Lad Lane? And I understand a lot of you weren't working here at the time, but there was no public outreach. But for the ones that were done in my districts, there were, and the one that was done on Sally Street. Why is it that when we got to Lad Lane, there was, quote unquote, no formal public outreach?
Yeah, so
What happened there?
when the data collection was done, it was done in early 2020. And the then city engineer just asked us for the data collection. So we went out and did that. And then the next step was to do some concept layouts, and that stuff started to occur in March, April 2020. So as everybody recalls, that time was a bit hectic. I think it quite frankly may have gotten lost in the mix of all the COVID stuff. That's not a great excuse. It's not a great reason, but essentially what we did was responded to staff's requests for the data, and then the concept layouts, and then the plans. So
Okay, that explains a lot. So because of COVID, we were not able to have a formal outreach, but did this not go to the Planning Commission?
it came to council for the approval of the layouts and the for approval to bid. And I don't know if you recall.
I do recall. So the first time it came to council and we said it was way too
Too
expensive.
expensive, correct.
So that was one time
Yeah.
that the public had a
Right.
chance to come to a meeting and
Correct.
speak about it.
Yeah.
Then we sent it back
With
You
the,
re-
yes, to reduce costs.
to reduce the
which-
costs.
Yeah, right,
And then you came back a second time
correct. For
with the
authorization
cost
to bid,
reduction
yeah.
and authorization. It's
Mhm.
2 public meetings that were posted
Mhm.
and agendized. And then at that meeting, I'm assuming that we approved it
For bid, correct.
for bid.
And we brought it back again to approve the contract.
So then it was brought back 3 times
Right.
to before the city council,
During
and
the-
where
Correct.
the public also has an opportunity to come and address the council regarding that project. Okay, as opposed to 5. The other ones were brought back at a minimum 5 times. Central was 7, if I recall.
The community outreach ones were done separate from council. Correct? They're done like at the Vets Hall where we.
Yes,
noticed the
I
community-
remember.
yeah, So, okay.
Very nice, thank you. $687,036. That is the total cost of the traffic calming measures of Lad Lane and South Side.
Yeah, that from initial study all the way through construction.
What was the cost before? I think it was over $1 million.
We were, yeah, the initial estimate, engineer's estimate, we didn't get bids on it, but we were estimating $1 million.
Okay, what's it
For the
gonna cost?
construction alone, I'll say, that's just for that construction bid line. We reduced it by 600,000.
So,
I'm sorry, 400,000.
perfect. So 600, almost $700,000 of the public's funds. What's the estimate of us to remove everything that's been up there?
We haven't looked at that, so I'm not positive what that would be.
Okay. That concludes my questions. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, staff.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
So thank you for the presentation. When we're talking about data collection and we're asking about death, how many have happened in this area? How many, shouldn't we also ask how many pedestrian deaths we've had to see how many of them have been inside of a traffic calming area? So it's like, I just think it's really interesting. We're looking for all this data collection information and everybody knows we don't have any data connection. So what are we doing to, are we going to address that? I mean, and how long of a process is that going to take? Because it doesn't seem like it was implemented when we just started with Cienega, whether whoever was involved or if, that one, this whole thing was mixed up and backwards from the beginning because there was a traffic study supposed to be done afterwards. That was never done. And now that we do it over there, which is supposed to be our first one, half the traffic circles are gone. What is rubber curbs? I don't know what they're called. Rubber curbs. They're all broken. Not all, but it looks very bad. It's like, and one thing I do like that's been happening on Sally Street, and I brought it up before, is putting bricks or something inside of those because that supports it and it's going to stop it from breaking or less. And so all of the studies that we have done, 85% of them have been speeding 5 miles an hour or more.
Correct.
Okay.
Lad lane was slightly different. Lad lane was slightly different.
By what?
The 80 Lad lane had the high speeds, so there were drag racing happening and the donuts, right? So that was the discussion that we've had about should we go forward and implement what's there right now. Closer to the school, the speeds were higher, right? But sort of in the mid block between Morning Glory and Paul, the speeds 85th percentile were lower. But they were, if one look at the speed data, there were speeds running at 60, 70, and 80 miles an hour on that lane.
Okay. And as far as like damage to cars, it's like you go over bumps, the more bumps you go over, the sooner you need alignment, the sooner you got to get some shocks, the sooner you get some shocks. Oh, don't forget your tires too. So there is a cost that it's costing us as a citizens for this, and the faster you go, the sooner you get in alignment. That's it.
That's your questions.
Yeah. If I may, just on the accidents, it's a great idea to actually include accidents, and you have a lot of accident data that was done as part of your local road safety plan. it's already available, and we've actually extracted it out for lad lane. So, it's real easy to make that one of your data points that you'd want to look at. And also that goes down by you can figure out if it's speeding, you can figure out if it's pedestrians or bicycles. You can look where the accidents are, intersections versus segments. So if you develop a policy, definitely include that. The data is there already.
Vice Mayor Morales, do you have any questions?
No, thank you for the presentation. Very thorough. I think my colleagues have asked the questions. My comments will be reserved until after public comment. Thanks.
Okay. I have a few questions. So my first is about the actual speed humps we're using. I'm just curious about them, like what brand we're installing, like what the specs are on them. Are they 3 inches? Are they 4 inches? They're 3 inches?
Yeah, so the specs they are 6 feet wide. We lay them out in 6 foot widths. They're 18 inches. Each strip is 18 inches wide. So that would be 4 strips to make 6 feet wide, 7 feet long, 3 inches high.
So it's 3 inches. It's
Yes.
not, because I think I read something about 3 to 4 inches in some data that you guys had, but it wasn't specific. So I was just wondering about that. And do we know what the rating is as far as what is it intent of those speed humps to slow it down to?
The FHWA says 20 to 25 miles an hour for the
Really?
3 inch high. Yeah.
Okay.
The
All
higher
right.
you make the speed hump, the slower the speed, and also the shorter you make the speed hump. So if you think of the ones that you get in the shopping centers, right? Those you really want to, so that's the general rule.
Okay. All right. So the reason I asked this question is because I have received a number of complaints about having to go 5 to 10 miles an hour. So that's why we're wondering if you are forced to go much slower. I mean, I'm wondering about to avoid any kind of damage. Are we impeding the posted speed limit? If it's 25 miles an hour is the speed limit, but because of these, we're forced to go 5 miles an hour or 10 miles an hour. What's the law about that?
So the application of these are exactly per the book, right? So there's the Institute of Transportation Engineers. We've used the designs and the layouts and how big they are and how high they go. That's industry standard.
Okay.
And then we do post warning signs, and we have the striping on the speed humps, and those also follow exactly the book and the standards for industry to post those.
All right. So I saw your process about how the speed humps, we don't have a policy, so it's just a full process, but so one person can go to a council member and complain. Then it goes, there's no other outreach that's done by the city or by the Public Works, and you go through the process of actually doing a study, and then from there we decide whether or not, is that right? Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
That we go through an actual study process based on one complaint?
One complaint, yes.
Okay.
Yes. In the outreach, right? So in the outreach process, right? So when we reach out to the community, if there is outreach, then there will be more members, neighbors along the street that participate, right? And we do take notes on who says yes, who says no. But the focus of those are not really, is it a yes or a no, but what measures do you want to see? Because we've
Right.
already collected the data, then they will, usually when we start the meeting, we will say, tell us about what you're experiencing, right? And they will immediately share, right?
Yeah.
All the concerns. that we
I'm
have.
thinking of the speed hump policy as opposed to traffic
yeah.
calming, which I know you
Yes,
do a lot
speed
more
hump, yeah,
outreach,
yes,
but I
yeah.
just wondered how that went.
Mayor, if I may, it's if the complaint comes through to the city council member and then the city council member asks us to study it. So there is that additional step of
Right.
the referral coming from the city council member to our team.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, so we mentioned Buena Vista, so I wanted to ask a question about that because I know there's a number of speed humps that got put in, right? And so I'm kind of a research person, so I just want to understand, when I'm looking at what we're talking about as far as policy. So I know that ITE, that's the Institute of Traffic Engineers, kind of the guiding group for you guys.
Yep.
They have guidelines about speed humps. And one of the things they talk about is that they shouldn't be used on a primary emergency transport route or a bus route. My understanding is that Buena Vista has 2 bus lines. So why was that taken into consideration, or why were they still put in if there's bus routes on there?
So remember that the ITE is it's a guideline, right?
Guidelines, right.
And then we consider, so in the consideration of what to install, we weigh all the measures against each other, right?
Mhm.
And the primary reason for Buena Vista was all the homes fronting it
Mhm.
and the extremely high speeds on it. So if the buses travel along it, the buses will not be, if it's a high frequency bus, right? I would say yes, but we do have fairly low frequency buses. I think the LTA bus runs in the morning when it goes to, so the buses that go there goes to San Juan Bautista and then to Gilroy, and they come back in the afternoon. I think they have maybe 3 buses. So,
Yeah.
So the consideration for the low level of transit service was not a major component.
Okay, I know we have, limited bus routes. Hopefully that's going to get better soon, but I'm just curious if we probably don't have data on the buses and the impacts to them if they're traveling every day on those, on
Yeah.
Buena Vista or other roads.
I could maybe say that those buses have, they're smaller, right? They're the 14-seaters, 12-seaters, so the axles are much closer, right? So it's not as wide, so they may be able to traverse the humps as well, but we haven't checked those.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think you mentioned that you've had like 50 streets that you guys studied for the speed humps.
Yeah, actually
And half
100.
of those, like more than half of those or around half of those weren't
Yeah.
warranted.
Yeah, we studied 100. 100 applications came in and 50 of those were warranted, around 50 to 40.
Okay,
Yeah.
I must have misread that chart.
50 is total. Or was it 50 is total?
Yeah, and it was 26 and 20.
So,
Oh, sorry. Then I had the percentages wrong. I'm sorry. You're right. 50. Okay.
okay, I just wondered, okay, so we have that data, but as far as traffic calming requests, have we had any requests that came in that were deemed not warranted? That not speed hump, but actual calming projects that people were asking for more? Is there any of those that?
The only projects we've done were on the slide that there were Buena Vista Central. They've all shown
they
there's
were
a warrant
bid,
for
so
it.
they were all-
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
gotcha.
Mayor, if I may, we did have Sally Street, but that had significant infrastructure improvements on it as well, with the pipes and everything in the
Well,
ground. So
Yeah, but and the traffic calming was warranted as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we haven't had any come in that weren't warranted, so that was my question. Okay. And that's all the questions I have, so now we can take public comment.
Mayor Casey, our first public comment is from Joseph White.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having this meeting. And first, I'd like to say that I am not opposed to traffic calming measures. I think done correctly, that they could be useful for a city. However, I do still think that Buena Vista was done incorrectly. Mayor Casey brought up the ITE report, which I'd like to read 2 sections from it, specifically about the Buena Vista one. I don't want to use up all my time here. So I'll just try to paraphrase really quickly. One, they're not appropriate for but like Mia Case said, bus routes or emergency services route. Buena Vista's emergency services route. It should not be on that street. Ambulances are going to have a trouble getting over there. If I have a heart attack, it's going to take longer for the ambulance to get there. I don't want that to happen. 2, it's not appropriate for speeds below 30 miles per hour. Yet Buena Vista has a posted speed limit of 35 miles per hour. So if it's not appropriate for roads with speeds over 30, why isn't our road at the posted speed limit of 35 miles per hour? It shouldn't be there. There are appropriate measures that can be taken to reduce speed using speed tables. Rubber speed tables are also available. They cost about the same and they allow for greater speeds. Why didn't we use those? So that's all my comments.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Carl D. Leonardo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Carl Leonardo, 1235 Aspen Circle, Hollister. I spoke to the council on March 6th about my inability to negotiate traffic calming speed humps due to a spinal cord injury and subsequent spinal surgery from an accident in 2020. which was mentioned by Councilmember Burns. It was mentioned a couple of times that fire trucks can negotiate the humps. There's been no mention about ambulances and any possible damage beyond response time. So we're going to need to look at things beyond response time, such as someone getting hurt because the ambulance goes over the hump. We've talked about outreach, and I need to say that outreach needs to be the whole city and even unincorporated county citizens, not just members of one person's district. Is council meeting notice the city's only responsibility for traffic calming notice to citizens for input? I would still like to find out how many lawsuits across this country by Americans with disabilities due to traffic humps have happened. And I'd also like to know how many traffic humps have been removed across the country because of ADA concerns. You might want to look into that. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Bill Mufsud.
Madam Mayor, councilmen, thank you for having this meeting. You guys are going to burn the midnight oil tonight, huh? Those meetings. In regards to traffic calming measures, I had a great experience as I was turning left from Nash Road onto Ladd Lane, and an ambulance is now behind me and now in front of me, watching a car in front of me going down Ladd Lane, not sure what to do because it can't turn right or pull to the right, pull to the left, go to the center divider. Quite kind of chaos. I'm just curious, does the fire chief is here and he discussed about water tankers and going over these things and how the damage they cause and all this. Does the emergency vehicles have a 411 plan on how not to transverse certain areas? Because the car in front of me couldn't do anything. I was watching it. They couldn't go right, couldn't left. She dumped into the middle of the center divider over these big old yellow things, and the ambulance went right by her. I was like, quite amazing. So I was just curious if they, when they get their call, do they try to say, we can't go down this way because of this, or they have to go a roundabout way? I was just curious how that worked. And then two, in speaking about traffic calming measures, I think the biggest traffic calming measure I have in my regards, I don't know if it's a calming measure, but it should be, is a crosswalk. All right. And I know this is different than we've talked about before, but since it's set up here on this agenda, I thought I'd bring up to the attention 2 years ago. The city puts up a stop sign and says, hey, new stop sign at this intersection, we're going to put it up, but they don't put a crosswalk in. And then an engineering department got back to me a couple years later and said that a crosswalk isn't viable here because there's a traffic light 1,500 feet north of where this traffic is. I'm talking about the intersection of Hillock and Sunset behind Target. And I watch people transverse that area quite often in the middle of the street with no crosswalks. And if they could put a crosswalk at Fern and Buena Vista and Councilman Resendez area, right up on top of the hill, as you come up the top of the hill with the lights though that blink, because I traverse that area too, they could put a crosswalk anywhere. So if you're going to put speed bumps and all these other things around town because of certain measures, think about crosswalks, which I think is the most important measure you could put up anywhere for people that are transversing behind Target, going to Ladd Lane, walking that area. But it was a stop sign that was imposed by the city, and yet there was no crosswalk that was put in. I'm watching people crossing in the middle of the street basically to get to and from. So think about that. And also the Ladd Lane project that was up there that said 687, that project was kind of like tinkered a couple times. Was that the final amount? I'm not really sure how it all worked, because I know at one time it was done. We thought it was done. Then they came back 6 months later and did it again. So was that the final total 687 for the first additional thing that they did? They did a couple different tweaks to the system. I was just curious, or was it more than the 687? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from James Connor.
Hello. I'd just like to appeal to some common sense on these traffic humps. It just seems ridiculous to me that we talk about whether, talk about studies, whether they're viable or not. Go to any town around, go to Palo Alto, go to Mountain View, go to a lot of places where they have a lot more activity, and you don't see that, because one reason is because it impedes quality of life. I have a BMW Z4, and if I get another car I will not be able to go in and out of my community. I live over in next to the park, Flower Park. But now I have to go through like 8 speed bumps, right? I've already wrecked the front of my car doing it because it's only about 3 inches off the ground. So, you know, quality of life is an important thing, but I'm also a security person. I was a paramedic. To what we were saying before about I experienced going through hazards trying to get to people. So we're going to cut down the speed. You have to go down to 5 miles an hour. You know, that's going to take 20 to 30 seconds. I looked up some of the stats on how long it adds to EMS services. You know, these things all have to be taken into consideration, right? You know, the quality of life, the impact to the community for, you know, safety, you know, and the biggest thing to me is I believe that those speed bumps, we don't have as much speeding, and I'd like to see the data on this speed, if you guys have that, if it's going to be published, about what the criteria is for that, because I think the only accident I ever had on my motorcycle was going over a speed bump. And if you look at the data on that, a lot of people are killed going over speed bumps. As soon as it gets foggy, if you're going the normal speed, now I'm talking about speeders, I'm talking about normal speeds, not seeing the speed bump and going over it. So I just think that it's, you know, and they're an eyesore. You know, they look terrible. So I just think a better job needs to be done, and it's not really rocket science. I think we can go to other communities and see what other people do in other communities. You come to Hollister and it just looks like a wreck. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the public comments we have for this item.
Okay, so let's have some council deliberation. We'll start. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we know, and maybe we can only do approximate at this point, how many total streets do we have in the city of Hollister?
I would have to look that up. That would be an approximation at this point. Let's Mark, I'm gonna.
Come on, Mark, pull the rabbit out of your hat.
28 miles of streets in the city. That doesn't, I don't know how many the individual streets, but roughly 128 miles worth.
Right, and so and as I understand it, Mark, we're talking, how many streets have we put speed bumps on?
I think it's close to 30.
30 streets out of probably
It's over-
200,
it's a-
300, 500
probably,
streets.
Yeah,
So it's really not the challenge it seems to be.
predominantly residential.
Predominantly residential, where the speed limit is always 25 unless posted otherwise.
Yes.
Right. And it's my understanding in my life experience that if you have a collision, auto versus pedestrian, 30 miles or greater, the probability is death for the pedestrian. Is that still relatively correct?
Yeah. It's
And under 30 miles per hour, the likelihood of survival increases. The slower, the better, correct?
the slower the better.
All right, so we've got 30 streets in the city of Hollister. We have hundreds of streets. It's safe to say. We haven't had any accidents that anybody can relate to. Understand the inconvenience. I went out today on my way here and measured, I have a little sports car. My car is 8 inches off the ground, and I stop at each one before I go over them. I could absolutely go through and get half over, but I just take them head on and I stop and I roll over them. Is it inconvenient? Absolutely. Is it impacting my quality of life? Not one iota. And the good news is, on the streets where there are speed bumps, I don't know of anybody that's been hit. I don't know of any accidents. I know that probably 20 years ago, maybe actually longer than that, I remember when we put asphalt speed humps on Clearview going towards the junior high school. And there were some community members that were upset because they were in their way. But I don't hear any complaints about those 25 years later. And so for me, again, I think it really is about the data. I don't necessarily think the process is flawed, how we do it now. I would certainly be open to maybe some other process. I will say that I don't know if I'm the only council member that received a request, but I had an 80-year-old woman that lives on Sunset that called me, requested the consideration for speed humps. I told her there's a process, there's a study that will be done, and they may be installed. And her response was, I can't hardly back out of my driveway. This is an 80-year-old woman that has limited mobility that needs to be able to come and go to the supermarket, to her medical appointments. And so I get why people don't like them. They are ugly. I won't deny that. I think it's been very helpful since Councilmember Perez advocated that they have the boxes painted around them. But I'm willing to trade the inconvenience for the safety. And I do believe 100% they're safe, and I am absolutely inconvenienced. And like I said, I've had 7 people reach out to me. And so for me, I will admit that I think we as a council probably did drop the ball on Lad Lane. And why I say probably is at the time, as I recall, it was a council of 4 members. We had District 3 was vacant. The council member moved out of state. And so there was a period of time that we went until that position was filled. And I do know that it came before council multiple times with a very high price tag. And so I think the council did their very best to try and reduce the costs and still address the issues with the school at the end of Lad Lane. I've driven up and down Lad Lane. We can do better. I believe we will do better. The costs are outrageous. At the end of the day, to really do it and do it well, I think would be to go in and do significant hardscape and make for a meandering road that would slow it down. It would be more attractive, but the cost would be through the roof. And this council has limited resources financially, and we have limited staff. It's clear to me that I'm a strong advocate for public safety. I'm the guy that wants to put cameras everywhere. I'm the guy that wants to hire 100 cops. But the reality is, even if we had the budget to do that, we don't have the ability to hire those. Our police department has always been playing catch up since I've been on council. And so for me, I think the data drives the need for speed humps, speed bumps, traffic calming. And the reality is, if we're talking 25 or 30 streets in this city, it's not what it's being reported to be, in my humble opinion. So thank you, Mark. Thank you. Where did I get what data? I'm sorry, what data?
Mayor,
Point of order, but
yeah, point of order that the public shouldn't be commenting from their seats. We're done with public comment and it's Councilmember Burns' turn to speak.
so indirectly, I would presume that data would be available. I assume that the studies that are done to warrant the speed humps is part of public record, correct?
Yeah, all studies, whether they're warranted or not, are submitted to the city. So they're in the city's files that shows the data collected, the analysis of the data, whether or not, and the criteria for whether speed cushions are warranted or not.
All right, so through public records, because anybody could request that data and it could be available to them. And so I'll also say in conclusion that I'm the direct result of them being on Beverly as well. Again, Beverly, there is no traffic, or I'm sorry, there are no homes that directly access Beverly. There have been complaints that I received soon after I came on to council. There are a couple of traffic intersections that are controlled by stop signs. However, there's also a nice park right there. And my understanding was there was a lot of racing that was going on that street as well. Recently, we also put cameras up to try and protect the residents. And there are a number of speed humps on that street. But again, my car's 8 inches off the ground. I've never seen a car that was 3 inches off the ground that was legal. Maybe your BMW is. And so again, I would just say, I stop. Is it inconvenient? It absolutely is. So again, I want to thank staff for their thorough report. I appreciate the community coming out, although it's not in volume. And so I am open to other processes for this. If the council wants to move in a different direction, my only fear is if it becomes a popularity contest or somebody's inability to sell. What I don't want to see is somebody get hurt that might be prevented by these speed humps being installed or the traffic calming measures. Thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to start with addressing the elephant in the room. We're here because of Lad Lane, right? We were made a laughing stock across the entire nation at no fault of our own. Let's make that very clear. This was an error on the part of the contractor. Did we have to incur extra costs on that error? If we're talking about total costs, I think it was mentioned earlier that there was extra costs on the city or the public's part.
The extra cost was to redesign it. So there's the council directed the consultant to redesign it to reduce costs. That was where the extra cost was incurred.
But it wasn't
It
because
was-
of what happened where we made national
Right.
headlines.
We're talking $15,000 or $20,000 for that redesign. The
Yes.
contractor has gotten no extra money for.
So they
the-
fixed it on
they
their own
fixed it
time.
because it was incorrect.
Okay, what I'm not hearing and what I saw on the slide is that we have not done a traffic study after the fact and that money will cost us
Mhm.
more. So it said it was still pending,
Right.
right? The after study.
Right. The after study and council has requested some public outreach meetings. So we provided a proposal for that. That was what was that 58,000 that hasn't been done yet?
Yes.
So that's in a proposal to. the
Okay.
city.
Do you think that when we do these traffic calming projects, we should conclude it with a traffic study? And if so, what do you think the time frame of that study should be from before and after it's completed?
So it's almost like when school opens up, right, in the beginning of the year, all the moms are trying to drop the kids off at the same time in the
Yes.
morning. So the first 2 weeks is absolute chaos, right, at the school. And so what we want to do is wait until the traffic patterns settle a little bit and people get used to it. The only reason we haven't been able to collect data, it's been raining consistently, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people working from home. So all traffic on the roads were sort of skewed, right? All data. So if we get into more sunny weather, and we've had about a month now, a little bit less than a month. So, I would say after a month or so, it's probably good to do some data collection.
Wonderful. So we're looking at having that data come back fairly soon to the council. Okay, I think that's a wonderful idea. I think that talking about Lad Lane is the popular thing to do because of how much national news it made. But we have to take into consideration everything else that I learned tonight too, that this public outreach was a shortfall on our part because of COVID. That's what happened. But so it's important to get the truth out there to the public. Also, something I learned that we had talked about last time was the drag racing and the speeding happened near the school. 60, 70, 80 miles per hour near the school, not on the other side, as was mentioned last meeting. In fact, on the other side, those numbers came in relatively safe and normal. Is that not true?
Yeah, the the high speeds were south of Paul Street, so between Paul and and South Side, and it was on South Side as well. So the high speed recommendations.
Okay, so South Side and Lad Lane, right near the school, Lad Lane School, is where you had accidents or high speeds.
Just high speeds.
Perfect.
Okay.
And then you do have accident data to provide to us, and you said it's better to take a measurement of the accidents pre and post, right?
Yes. So the accidents, we do have the accident data. There were not many accidents on Lad Lane itself. Most of them occur at the intersections. And of course, if you look at the bulk of the data, most of them were up at Tres Pinos, right? So, but there were 2 or 3 accidents down Lad Lane, and they were speed related. So, or somebody tried to make a U-turn, and the others were all at the stop control intersections where somebody could not negotiate a gap, and it was a side swipe.
Okay. So I just think those are important points to keep in mind. Also, it's going to cost us a lot more money to take Lad Lane out without really spending time to see what the effects of that traffic calming study was. So again, I'm with Councilmember Burns. I'm not opposed to not changing things, but I really think we need to wait and see the data of that report. And we're going to have that in about a month's time. So that'll be very helpful because then we can make a better informed decision. Also, as a council member, I shared with you earlier, I have gotten a number of calls about the speed humps, and I've gotten a number of requests about the speed humps, and I always turn it over to the staff. I'd like to see, again, the data to see if we're all doing that and following our policy that we adopted. I do like the idea of a petition, though, because as the mayor brought up, it only takes one person to request this. However, and I like the petition for a number of reasons. Number one, it's going to hold them accountable. Number two, it's going to get some engagement and some buy-in from the neighbors. And number three, then we can use that to go forward, right? So I really do like the idea of the petition, but as a council member, I cannot tell you, and the police spoke to this last time, how many calls I got on Central. Before that, Buena Vista, the worst out of all of them in my entire district. Not safe. Donuts, drag racing, not safe. It's not the final design either, folks. We have another design. We have a master plan. We just couldn't afford to complete it. So the only thing we could get out there to ensure that our community is safe were the speed humps for now. And then the last one that just got done was Powell Street. And as Councilmember Burns said, people are telling me that they could not pull back out of their driveway due to how fast the cars were traveling. So again, I'm not opposed to changing things. I think the only thing I would like to see change now is to have a petition to get a certain number of residents to sign it and then possibly bring it to a council member or staff, either way. But I'd really like to see and be interested in seeing what the data looks like from Lad Lane. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. And yeah, let's see where this goes. Thanks.
Councilmember Perez.
I believe that they have their purpose in their place. They should be at schools, around parks, heavily pedestrian trafficked areas. And I don't think we've been using them in the proper ways. That's where I stand. And I did have one question. I was wondering how much weight can be on those traffic humps? What's the weight limit?
I don't believe there is a weight limit, if you will. I mean, they'll flatten if it is needed, but I mean, a fire truck is 75,000 pounds fully loaded, and they're designed to carry those.
But they don't go on them, remember?
Yeah, but they are designed to go over. That's basically your basic HS20 loading.
Okay.
So
HS20.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's my opinion. You know what? People speed up and down my street all the time. You know, and you know what? There's times I look at my speedometer and I'm actually going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. That means that would be one of the 85 percentile. You know, it's like we're talking 5 miles an hour or more. They get to count as against or for a traffic calming hump, speed hump. But 5 miles an hour over speed limit. It's like cops don't even pull me over doing 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. So it's like it's counting on the data, but I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm all for safety and everything. I just think that speed humps are way out of control. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Morales.
I do agree with the petition. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, thank you for all the public feedback. Thanks for coming. I know this is very important to our community. I think it is very challenging because I think the majority of our residents reach out to us because they're concerned about speeding or they're concerned about their safety. And we're also hearing from our community that this is also a burden to them. This is impacting their quality of life, their property, and it's impacting the beautification of our city. So I think I would ask that I would like to see a policy that addresses both concerns, both the safety, the challenges to be able to maneuver through their environments, to be able to get through just to get out of their home, in addition to the property. Bill, thank you so much for that comment. I can't even see how the ambulance would maneuver through that lane. I think that would be something to record. But there are some serious concerns that we have to address. I'd like to see a policy come back that addresses both on that spectrum, all the concerns that we'll be able to address from a balanced approach. So when we do have policy, there is communication with neighbors, there is consideration for safety, there's consideration for property, and if it is warranted, that we do have, and from a budgetary perspective, that we look to see what is a priority for the city and also have a budgetary line item to be able to prioritize those projects, not to have an open-ended, so with 2 projects, that's over $1 million. To be able to have limits and restrictions so that we can truly prioritize these projects and really plan out what exactly we're going to do for the year. So that would be my ask and my recommendation.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you for coming in and giving the presentation again. I actually had asked for this because I think we needed more dialogue around this. For me, part of it is that we don't have a policy. We don't have a speed hump policy. We don't have a traffic calming policy. And policies are important because it helps people to understand how these things happen, what criteria. So if you do have to tell them, no, you don't qualify, there's something in place there. Also, things like petitions, they're pretty standard. Like I said, I do my research. I looked at a lot of our neighboring cities. They all have policies. They all have something called neighborhood traffic management programs. We don't have that, and we don't have any of these kind of policies. And I do know, because I do my research, I did see this beautiful speed hump policy you all had created a year ago, which did not pass. And I'm hoping that the council will reconsider that because it does contain the petition. It contains the criteria for when you put in the speed humps. And also, as Councilmember Morales said, we need a budget. We need it to be spelled out because you're basically just getting these willy-nilly and trying to respond. I was kind of looking at the numbers you put out there for 7 studies. It was $23,000. So I'm going, okay, so you did 50 studies. Let's do the math in my head. I'm thinking 175,000 or more for just the studies for speed humps. And half of them weren't even warranted. So to me, having a policy where you get neighbor buy-in, because, obviously if there's really truly a speeding problem, more than just one person on a street is going to be upset and want to see this. So you're going to get buy-in. I just think it's a good practice. And also Councilmember Resendez mentioned, whether someone forwarded a request or didn't follow through. When you just leave it up to a request coming into a council member, there may be kind of inequity. You want to have equity that everyone knows what the process is, everyone knows how to submit and what to do. And it's not left up to, going through this step-by-step council member to city manager to, it's something that's out there and published that we all know what to do. So I would very much love to see this policy be reconsidered. I'd love to see us have a traffic calming policy and also, again, a budget. How much are we going to spend on this? Because to me, my priority is infrastructure and roadways. And we've got some pretty nasty roads out there that need repair. And how do you balance the two? Where, I think that's something we really, truly need to look at as far as our budgeting. So that, and then the last thing is Lad Lane. I wanted to follow up about this because I know you're talking about doing community outreach. I think it really does need to be done. They didn't get the same opportunity for input as the rest of the groups did. I think there are big concerns. I think there are some hazardous things. I do travel that road 3 times a day, and I take my life in my hands sometimes when I'm making those left turns because the delineators that stick up all over to protect bicycles impede your vision. So I have to pull out, and people don't always see me, and I don't always see people coming. So it's just, there's issues there. So I don't want to see us waiting for a long period of time to do some kind of an after study. And I think that the citizens have come in. They came in the last time we discussed this. I think there is a great desire among the community. So I really would like to know, do we have a date set for that? Are we, where are we at in that planning and the outreach?
So we have not set a date. We have submitted the cost to the city we will completely run the outreach. We'll do the flyers, we'll do all that stuff. So those costs are in the city's hands for a task order. And once we have that, then we can start scheduling it. We'd like to collect the data ahead of time so that we have that available, and that'll kind of decide it. But I think we can get the first meeting. The limiting factor would be putting together flyers and getting it noticed, and give them enough time for the noticing to people can kind of, be far enough out that their schedules aren't already full. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Mark.
Mhm.
So I don't know if we have Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I heard and I 100% agree with is that we need a policy. And it sounded like mostly everybody was on board with the petition. I do agree with the lead lane. How many meetings is that budgeted for? 2. Perfect. After the collection of data. And I would request that those meetings are held in person and via Zoom, and that they're very, very, very widely advertised and well advertised to the neighbors. Well, again, it's not a bad idea to invite everybody within the city as well, but that would be my suggestion. Maybe it is. I see you giggling. I'll take your lead on that one. Thanks.
Councilmember Perez, did you have some more?
So since we're gonna get a policy for this, should we cease all installation of speed humps until the policy's in place? Question for the council.
I believe we talked about that last time. And was it the attorney? Somebody said that we should not do that. I forget. Maybe not.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I do remember we talked about that last time.
About pausing either the speed hump requests or the traffic calming.
I heard that we're pausing all traffic calming until further notice. So we have paused. We were going to do a report right after the last traffic calming for Memorial and Cesar Chavez, and we removed it from the agenda because of that
Because we
comment.
have this discussion.
Yeah, the ask was to pause and then get this scheduled and come back and get further direction, which is why it came back so quickly. So you asked for it to come back quickly.
Yes, thank you. So what is the will of the council then? Are we allowed to you want consensus from us on something, or does it?
Right, just consensus. You're giving direction, so no motion is needed.
So.
So I'm thinking we're gonna add the petition, because I've seen like there was consensus up here. I don't know if he's gonna take that, and I think that was a huge part of it for me.
Well, we have, I was just talking about the fact that they actually did a year ago prepare an actual speed hump policy for us that did not get adopted. And my suggestion would be to adopt it. If it has the petition in it, it has criteria, it gives them a clear policy for how speed humps come into play. Is there any?
I don't remember.
It's right here. It was a year ago. It was January, I think, 2021.
So I have a point of order, city attorney, can we do that? Because 1, that wasn't noticed and it's not on the agenda. 2, people haven't had the opportunity, people meaning the community have not had the opportunity to review and provide feedback or public comment on that policy. If anything, we would provide direction to 1, bring that back and then review it and then add any additional things, because I did make recommendations about being able to have a balanced approach to not look at that, but then we have to look at the policy to see if that can be potentially integrated.
You are correct. So you wouldn't be able to take any action on that policy. And I don't know if you were asking for that, but you wouldn't be
I
able
wasn't
to.
asking to adopt it tonight. I was just saying, rather than reinventing the wheel over again, they've got a policy they had put together that maybe we could bring back and have, take a look at and vote on, or, notice the public and do all of our.
Is it out of order for me to add something?
Well, I don't know what you're gonna add.
Just that we would like the opportunity to revise it a little bit, to add in some of the ranking stuff that we talked about and potentially some of the cost stuff.
Right,
Okay.
and we don't, we would, I think we have consensus that we would want a policy to come back to us for discussion and or approval or.
So Mayor, if I may,
Yes,
I've
please.
been taking notes throughout. So what if I ask and then if you agree, you can give me the consensus or not. So I'm hearing, yes, come back with a policy for discussion and consideration. I have heard to revisit the former policy that was not adopted, taking into consideration the safety challenges, emergency vehicles, the concerns that were brought up this evening, with the property piece, the petition. So maybe a staff evaluation of what went the last time with an analysis of what is lacking or not included based on the consensus that I'm hearing this evening. I don't have the consensus yet, but essentially if you want to see those extra items, we can evaluate that as a starting point and highlight what's not included. or put those up for discussion and possible inclusion.
Okay.
So we have that, and then I did hear, yeah, can we get consensus on that? Is that?
Yes, the only thing is I did talk about, we don't have a traffic calming policy either, and it would probably follow similarly to what the speed hump policy would be, but I would want to see something like that as well, just for the same reasons. For getting buy-in and
I would suggest that we write it as one document.
to put it together. Gotcha. Okay. Do we have consensus to do that? Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know how available it is, but it was brought up this afternoon also to maybe understand more of AMR and their challenges that they face. It seems to me like they probably should have a voice on that should be heard as well if they're willing to express their concerns or their opinion as well.
Staff can certainly reach out. I think that's fair. I think I see more than 3 heads nodding. But I think that would be just fair practice and putting the policy together regardless. Additionally, coming back, I think that this may be a secondary item once we land on what that policy looks like is a budgetary element to that. So as we bring, we're going to talk later this evening about goal setting and the budget, but bringing that forward once we have a better idea what the policy looks like as we go down the road with budget to actually set some limits there and bring that forward to you. And then lastly, I heard discussion on the Lad Lane community meeting. And kind of the one area I'd like to get clarification on, there seems to be a need to get it done quickly and have it come back quickly. But I did hear a mention of doing it after the data is collected. So I'd like to get direction.
Do we know, as far as you said something about wanting to wait at the beginning of the school year to see how things shook out? Are we ready to do data policy collection now? Or is that going to take time? And how much time?
So we want to collect data on a normal day, right? So tomorrow's going to rain again and next week's going to rain again. So we just got to schedule your data collection on what we perceive as a normal day and make sure traffic patterns have settled a bit.
Gotcha.
That's all.
But you're
So-
not talking about 6 months from
No,
now?
no, no.
or-
I
Okay,
think, yeah,
so
okay.
fairly quickly.
Fairly
whenever
quickly.
the
I think
rain
next week,
stops.
this week it is rain. Next week looks like not that bad. So we'll try to schedule something for next
Okay.
week.
That sounds good.
And lastly, Mayor, just because there was some confusion on the matter, pausing traffic calming until the policy is adopted. I'd like to get consensus there.
I'm not in agreement with that.
Okay.
In particular, we don't have any, we do have the big traffic calming. But in particular, the speed humps. If we have speed hump requests, I think we should follow the process or the informal, whether they're informal or not, policies we have in place now. So that we don't hold up any. And if there's not a sufficient amount, like I think there's only 2 that I counted that are in the pipeline for the speed humps, and you don't have 7, but I would not be in favor of pausing everything until we're done with it. I would say we continue on with the policy that we have until we get a new one.
What are your thoughts? I would rather see things paused until we get a policy in place. I'm still getting requests for new speed hump. And at what point, we have no budget set aside for this. We've already spent a great deal of money. And now you've got 2 big new projects that are suddenly going to go full speed ahead. That could be another $1 million or whatever. It troubles me not to have this, some kind of a prioritization and policy in place and, just keep moving ahead. We haven't had traffic calming for many years on some of these streets. So waiting a month or 2 is not going to change that,
So the bigger ticket items, those were the traffic calming, which I think
Mhm.
we have consensus. I think the clarification from the council member was on the speed humps themselves.
How do you,
Is there a way that we can get a list? So I know that we have some, but can we have some data? Which ones are pending? Which ones, how long have they waited? Where are they in the queue? What's going to be the cost? That way we can make an informed decision. It's really, we have a spreadsheet that on the request, but we don't know where they are, how long. If we have one that's going to be completed very soon, it doesn't make any sense to not complete it. But if we have something that's in the queue, so I'd like to see that come back so that we can at least make an informed decision.
Yeah, we would be able to put that together.
And if I could make a recommendation, bring back a resolution for council to consider pausing so that the public can weigh in as well.
Thank you.
All right, so we're ready to move on. So now we're going to go to item 3, which is the Brown Act training and update. So can we have a staff report?
Yeah, so maybe Paul could bring up the training for me, the Brown Act training. Okay, council. So normally this training is about 2 hours long, but this is a condensed version. So we're going to hit the highlights. And then, everybody has our newest version of the Brown Act handbook update for 2023. And just a reminder, that first page in the handbook highlights what's new for this year. So high level Brown Act overview, the legislature adopted the Brown Act, commonly referred to as California's open meeting laws. And so what this is transparency, and we want things to take place in the view of the public. And there are very limited instances where we can do things in private. And so we'll go over those items that can go into closed session. And to really advance this whole concept of open meeting laws, it dates back to 1964. In 2004, the voters approved Prop 59, which mandated that the Brown Act be broadly construed in furtherance of the public's right of access. So in addition to PRA requests, we also have this. We want to give the public access. We want to give the public the opportunity to comment and to provide input, but also keeping in mind that your meetings are a meeting of the council in public, not a meeting of the public in front of council. And so you're here to get business done while giving those time limits, and those time limits are valid. So you can do the 3 minutes. Some communities do less. Some communities do a little bit more. Some communities set time limits on how much you're going to spend on a topic. I think here it's 30 minutes. So what does the Brown Act require? It requires that the council take actions and deliberations openly and in public. And so that deliberations part, that's important. This discussion that you have out here in the open, that's important. So again, meetings are public unless closed session is allowed. Meeting agendas and packets have to be publicly made available. And so there's requirements for posting. Your city clerks handle that. But it's important to note too that if, let's say, a resolution is delayed and the agenda is posted on a Wednesday, we send it to council on a Friday after you've already received the agenda packet, agenda has been posted. The public has to be able to get the information the same time the council gets the information. So while things could be delayed, that's an important principle to understand, is that, again, we're giving public the information the same time. We don't want secretly council to get all this information and then the public get it, the day of the meeting. And then the agenda is posted on the city website, should be a direct link or have a dedicated web page so that the public has access. And you can feel free to interrupt me with questions anytime through this. Who's subject to the Brown Act? So governing bodies, subcommittees and commissions. So your Parks and Rec Commission, your Airport Commission, and we will be doing trainings for all of your commissions as well as your liaisons, right, Dave?
That is true. I've asked the city's attorney, the city attorney's office to conduct trainings for all of the groups.
Right. And then just a nuance, private entities created by legislative bodies or funded by local agencies also have to follow the Brown Act. So governing bodies pursuant to the government code are subject to the Brown Act if the entity is a governing body of a local agency or any other local body created by state or federal statute. So that's just the law that highlights what we just talked about. So what is considered a legal meeting? So when I was going through this PowerPoint, the title was what is considered a meeting, but we're going to talk about what's considered a legal meeting versus what's considered a violation of the Brown Act meeting. So I wanted to make that distinction. So you have to have a properly noticed meeting. So special meeting, 24 hours, regular meeting, 72 hours notice. And it's any congregation of a majority of members at the same time and location to hear, discuss, or deliberate on any item within the public agency's jurisdiction, even if no action is taken or no concurrence is reached. So similar to tonight, a lot of it's discussion. You may give some direction, you may not. It may just be we're having a discussion. So we had to properly notice this meeting because we have all of council, but even if it's just a majority, we have to notice it. So what's not a meeting? I get this question a lot. So we have our conferences, the League of California Cities Conference. We have the national conference, or state conference, the main conference in the fall. And I always get this question, can a majority of council members go to that? Can all of us go to this? Can we ride in the same car together? Do we have to, post the agenda on our car window as we drive along? No, you don't. So what we want to highlight here is that it's perception, right? So, and especially when you live in smaller communities, if you're having coffee together or you go to a chamber event and you're all sitting together, what's that perception going to be? That could be talking about public agency business, right? Even though you have the ability to sit together at these social gatherings, you have the ability to sit together at the conference. There is a perception out there that perhaps you're talking city business when really you may just be talking about what vacations you're going to be taking. But there's nothing saying you can't sit together, you can't travel together, you can't confirm your availability for meetings. Like I can call each one of you, the city manager could call each one of you, the clerk, for polling to see who's available. Different than saying, hey, Councilmember Perez, how are you going to vote on allowing alcohol in this part of the neighborhood? Or Vice Mayor Morales, how are you going to vote? That's something different, something we shouldn't be doing under the Brown Act. And we'll get more into that in just a few minutes. So these are the communications that we, the city attorney's office, are most concerned about and that we want to avoid under the Brown Act. And I think that for the most part, my councils, and I represent a number of councils, have good intentions. So I had a council member from another community come up and ask me, and she said, can I ask, a couple of my colleagues on a 5-member council, can I ask a couple of my colleagues how they feel about cannabis in the community? And I said, well, when you're asking them that question, is it going to give you some idea about how they're going to vote about that? She was like, yeah, because if I were to ask Councilmember Burns, hey, how do you feel about cannabis in your community? And he said, whoa, not a fan, not in favor. I can pretty much deduce that he's going to vote no. And then I go to Councilmember Resendez and I ask the same thing, get a similar response. I could switch the scenario. I could pretty much determine, okay, well, if I'm not in favor of cannabis and Councilmember Resendez isn't in favor of cannabis and Councilmember Burns isn't in favor, whoa, that means cannabis item probably isn't going to pass. Great for me if I'm not in favor of it. So we have these concepts called chain links and hub and spoke. So we'll get into that. First, let's define, according to the Attorney General's Brown Act Handbook, what a serial meeting is. A serial meeting is a series of communications, each of which involves less than a quorum of the legislative body, but which taken as a whole involves a majority of the body's members. So that example I just gave about cannabis. So linear chain meetings. So a chain meeting is, it goes from council member A to council member B, and council member B relays it to council member C. And council member A is probably thinking, this is great. I have no violation of the Brown Act here because I've only talked to one other council member. The problem is that we're creating this chain of communication where A talks to B, B talks to C, and we have no noticed meeting. And then the public doesn't have the opportunity to comment. We also have a hub or spoke meeting, and that's where you have one council member at the center, and they're reaching out to individual council members. Doesn't have to be the same day, doesn't have to be the same time, same week. It could be, well, Monday I reached out to Councilmember Perez and Tuesday I reached out to the mayor about the same thing, having a discussion when those deliberations and discussions should be taking place here. So it's not enough to say, well, it was a different time, different day. I think I have a consensus on X or Y. So this is great. Let's bring it. So these are the meetings that create problems. These are the meetings that create liability for the city. So serial meetings, these can occur through use of technology. So it could be telephone, could be email, could be text messages, direct messages. I think we have like the DM me is the famous or the thing, right? DM me. And social media. And there's actually even a more strict rule with social media now. So when we're talking about social media, that little like, thumbs up or thumbs down, that's speech. And that is considered a comment. Now, all of you can comment, right, on social media. Where we start to run into issues, and let's go over through permitted and prohibited, but since we're on this topic of social media, so prohibited, a majority of the legislative body using a social media to discuss among themselves agency business of a specific nature that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the agency. And I don't care if that's on a private page and it's just the 5 of you, can't do it. Or if it's on your public page and all of a sudden majority of you are commenting. Any member, this is also prohibited, any member, and this is probably your newest rule, of the legislative body responding directly to any communication from another member on an internet-based social media platform regarding a matter within their subject matter jurisdiction. So what that's saying is you no longer need a quorum. It's just one other council member. And so we have that rule now for social media, internet-based. Yes.
So the way I read this, it's past or present. So let's say we voted on the biker rally and then we talk about that. That would also be a violation of the Brown Act?
Could be. It would raise some red flags for me. I would have to. So all of these are very factually intensive scenarios, right? And so they would come to me and I would evaluate them. What speech are we talking about? What subject matter, jurisdiction, council item are we talking about? But yeah, I could see the potential for that, Councilmember Resendez.
And then just generally speaking, we should just stay off another elected official's post.
If you want to take the most conservative approach, that's the most conservative approach.
Okay.
I mean, but I am, and when I was hired by you, told you I take the most conservative approach always, because it's my job to protect the city. And so where I don't want to be is in court. And I assume most people don't want to be in court. People's time and people's peace of mind have value. But not to say that you can't, just recognize that there's government code provisions and there's rules around it. So what's permitted? Individual council member may engage in conversations or communications on social media platforms. You can answer questions from the public. You can provide information to the public. You can solicit information from the public regarding a matter that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. What I would encourage you to do is that if you're basing your decision off information you've received from the public on social media, that you share that here so that every council member in a noticed meeting has the exact same information, especially with development projects. That's going to be important. So if you're out there looking at a development project and you're gathering information and then you come here and you vote yes on that development project, but your yes vote was based on information only you had, that's going to be a problem. You need to share it. So one-way transmission of information. So agency employees and officials can provide information to council member if they are not communicating the position of other council members. So if your city manager gives you weekly updates, has weekly meetings with you as council members, 1 or 2 at a time, as long as he's not saying, well, Mayor Casey thinks X, Y, and Z about Ladd Lane, so that could be a problem. One-way transmission of information by a council member to other council members is complicated. How are you going to do that and avoid communicating a position? So just keep that in the back of your mind. The best place to do it is here in the public. So hidden pitfalls, council communications, beware of reply all on email communications, chat rooms, those social media sites. So oftentimes when I'm sending attorney-client privilege information, I always remind, for Brown Act purposes, X, or, everybody's been BCC'd for this reason, or if there's a group text, please do not reply all. And it could be, well, we're just relaying information and you give that thumbs up, cool. Or it could be, absolutely not. We need to stop the shootings in this town. This is unacceptable. This is, bring this back to council. So we want to avoid the potential, right, for these Brown Act violations. So the 72 hours notice, the 24 hours notice, a lot of times with special meetings, I hear maybe some concerns from the public or some complaints like, gosh, you guys scheduled a secret meeting on 24 hours notice and it's not at your regular time. And so what are you up to, public agency? But really, the Brown Act, they allow for it. They allow for you to hold these special meetings to conduct maybe business you wouldn't be able to get to. So tonight you have workshops, right? A number of them. And we all latched onto this meeting and threw on extra things for you. But you had a special purpose here. And it was this goal setting sort of budget topic. Not because you want to hide goal setting or budget topics, but because you also have other information at regular meetings. You don't want to be here till 4 a.m. I had one agency that was constantly setting special meeting after special meeting after special meeting, and it became apparent that they were doing that to avoid the public coming into them. And so we had to address that. But, when you have special meetings for truly special purposes, and then on your agenda for special meetings, you are not required to have just a general public comment period on items not on the agenda, because you are here for a very specific purpose and you want to get that business done. So, where can councils meet? So we saw over COVID, there were some issues with that. So usually it has to be within the boundaries of the local agency, but there are exceptions to that. And so this is actually part of some information I shared with council previously. But we have traditional options under the Brown Act for someone that can appear remotely. We have the proclaimed state of emergency option, AB 361. Through COVID, we no longer have that proclaimed state of emergency right now, where everybody could appear remotely. And then we have this new AB 2449, the just cause and emergency circumstance option. And so with traditional, members can attend council meetings remotely, but a majority of you still have to appear in person. And wherever you're attending from needs to be open to the public. And you have to post the agenda there. So if you're at a conference and you're going to be there, there's a good possibility if you don't have a room at the hotel that's like a conference room, you're going to have to open up your hotel room to the public and make sure the agenda has been posted there the proper amount of time. That's always available to council, that option. 2, the AB 361, this relaxed traditional rules to allow members to attend meetings remotely in a proclaimed state of emergency. Those locations did not need to be open to the public. This is only available until January 1, 2024. And we say, great, we could still use this. And only if there's a proclaimed state of emergency, which the governor ended the end of February. So not an option right now. And then we have this new one, this AB 2449, the just cause and emergency circumstance option. So this relaxes the traditional rules without the need for a proclaimed state of emergency. Members may attend council meetings remotely with an appropriate just cause or emergency circumstance exemption, and your location does not need to be open to the public. This went into effect January 1 of this year and remains in effect until January 1, 2026. But I want to talk about this third one. This highlights the option 1, the traditional Brown Act. We've talked about this. Option 1, I highlighted this. People can come into wherever you're located. The proclaimed state of emergency, it's my understanding you guys didn't, at least since I've been here since last May, I haven't seen AB 361 used to the extent where council members can appear remotely, but that did require renewal every 30 days. And again, public doesn't need to join you. This one right here is important. This is the one that's in effect that allows us to stray from the traditional. So this allows council members to attend meetings remotely without the need for a proclaimed state of emergency if the individual council member has just cause or a qualifying emergency. So let's look at that. Just causes, you have childcare issues, caregiver needs, a contagious illness, disabilities, maybe you're travel on official state or local business. So maybe you're at the conference. An emergency is a physical emergency or family emergency, but there are limits as to when you can use these and how often you can use these. So with just cause, you're going to notify the council ASAP. You can do that through your city manager or through me. You're going to include a general description of the circumstances. We don't want you to give up any private information, any, HIPAA information. For the emergency, you make a request to the council, separate request for each remote meeting, and you post the request on the agenda if possible. So maybe the emergency came up after the agenda was already posted. It's as soon as possible, make the request. Just cause. So backing up again, remember our just cause reasons: childcare, caregiver, contagious illness, disability, travel. You can only do that for 2 meetings a calendar year. The emergency and just cause, and sometimes the math doesn't make too much sense to me here, no more than 3 consecutive months or 20% of the legislative body meetings per calendar year are when you can use this example. So let's say you've used up your just cause availability and you've used up your emergency and just cause situations. It doesn't mean you can't fall back on the traditional teleconferencing provisions where you have to post the agenda, make it public. We had a council member in one of our Valley cities that was extremely ill. And so every meeting he appeared remotely, but we had the address of where he was. We had it open to the public. We had the agenda posted there. So people didn't show up. Did you have a question, Councilmember Burns?
I do. What are the consequences for people that abuse this? I understand what you've said, and I'm not anticipating anybody, but it's always nice to know what the consequences are.
Yeah. So, well, with respect to option 3, when you've used up your opportunities, you just can't vote. You can call in as a member of the public because you do still have your remote option, but you can't comment as a council member. You have to comment in your individual capacity. You won't be able to vote. I'll have to step in and say, you don't have authority to vote on this. So that's the consequence there. The consequence overall, if you violate the Brown Act in general, that could be considered a misdemeanor. And then we'll talk about what actions potentially the city would have to take if there's a violation. And so here with the just cause, again, highlighted, you don't need to open it to the public. So the agenda. All items have to appear on the agenda, and the public has to be able to understand what it is you're going to be talking about. So when I'm doing agenda review, if I look at a description and I think to myself, I have no idea what this is or what the council is going to be talking about, like I just can't understand it from the description itself, that's not sufficient. So a member of the public has to be able to look at it and say, oh, they're going to have a workshop on traffic calming measures. I am interested in that. They have to be able to understand it so that they know they can show up and have a conversation. Subsequent need items, this is in your Brown Act handbook. These are a little bit complicated. So sometimes I have councils or city managers that will say to me, hey, we forgot to put this on the agenda. So can we do a subsequent need item at the meeting? The answer is it depends. Did you know about it before you published the agenda? Well, yeah, we did. Then no, you can't. You could maybe notice a special meeting to run concurrent if you still have the 24 hours, but that's not considered subsequent need. If it's some sort of, look, we have to get this letter approved right now before this council meeting. It came in Saturday to my email, Mary. We need to make a subsequent need finding. we will have to have 4/5 of council members say, okay, yes, there is a subsequent need in order to add it to the agenda. So there's a separate process we go through to add it to that evening's agenda. And it's complicated because, again, we want the public to have notice about what we're talking about. And then response to public comments and announcements. So these really should be brief. And I know you've heard me say before, hey, we probably should agendize this item because members of the public might be interested in this conversation. And it's for exactly this reason. You can give your brief comments. We can make announcements as council members. You can give reports on your committees. But when we start discussing back and forth and getting in these in-depth conversations, they really should be agendized so that the public has the opportunity to come in and also talk about it. So public participation, a council meeting is a meeting of the council held in public, not a meeting of the public held in front of the council. So oftentimes, and in some smaller communities, I've seen this happen where it's more of like this roundtable experience. And I have to step in and say, well, first of all, it's important that people speak from here and we get a recording of it, because if we end up in court, the minutes are our official record of what occurred. When we're having a public hearing and people are providing testimony, this right here is the place to do it from in the time allotted by council for exactly those reasons. I have to be able to say, Your Honor, these are the minutes. This is the official record. We can't get an accounting of that when people are talking, throughout, and we're having just this sort of kumbaya, everybody, feel good, raise your hand, say what you want. And so for me, it's important that we do it from the lectern. Public participation. So there's public comment, there's recording and photography, and there's disruption. So public comment has a specific time. If everybody gets the same amount of time, if you let one person go over, everybody gets to go over. If you let a member of the public come back up for a second bite at the apple, everybody gets a second bite. Recordings and photography. So members of the public are allowed to record, they're allowed to photograph, they're allowed to bring in signs if they want. What we can do is say, if your sign's so big that someone behind me can't see, we can ask them to step to the back of the room. We can't ask them to leave. Disruptions. So you're trying, again, it's a meeting of the council. You're trying to get your business done, and we have people shouting from the audience, or we have people playing music really loud, or cell phones ringing constantly, and we can't get that done. How do you handle those situations? Well, one, if it gets too out of control, the mayor can say, let's take a break. We can come back and we can say, look, we need to get our business done. If you're going to continue with the disruption, we're going to have to ask you to leave. If that doesn't work, you may just need to clear chambers. That is your last alternative, like last ever. I would not encourage that. Try to just take the break, calm everybody down, come back, because again, it's a meeting of the public. I mean, it's a meeting of the council in front of the public, but the public has to have access. So with response to public comments, you can respond briefly, you can ask a clarifying question, you can refer to staff, but again, not an open dialogue. So if someone comes up and says, hey, streetlights have been out on my street for 2 weeks, you can say, city manager, can you please have someone look into that? Public inspection of documents. So writing, we talked about this, writings distributed before a meeting, during a meeting, distributed by the public. Everyone has access, and they should have access at the same time. Closed session. So all business must be conducted in open session unless specific exceptions apply. So there are times when maybe what you're talking about might be uncomfortable. And I've had some councils ask me, is there any way we can get into closed session? Nope. Sometimes there just have to be uncomfortable situations and discussions in open session. We have to follow the Brown Act, and there are specific instances that can go into closed session. So real property negotiations, you have that on for closed session this evening. It makes sense that we would do that in closed session because we don't want to be bidding against ourselves. Litigation. I can tell you that if litigation were discussed in open session and I were opposing counsel, I'd be sitting in the front row of every council meeting waiting to hear what your strategy would be. Some personnel issues. Labor negotiations, again, we don't want to be negotiating against ourselves. And then security of public building or essential services. So we don't want to be putting out our security plans all over. These meetings are recorded. Closed session. So we announced in open session the basis for the closed session. There's actually a government code that requires that we read the descriptions of what we're going into closed session for and then report action and vote. I come out and report the action or a vote taken in closed session. At some point, we always want to marry what happens in closed session with open session. So while we're doing these real property negotiations, we're not reporting anything out, but when we finally have a deal, we're going to come out and we're going to approve that deal in open session. And that's how we marry the two. So not everything stays secret, until the end of time. So as a general rule, for attendance at closed session, only council members and necessary staff or consultants may attend closed session. So if we're doing real property negotiations and Dave and I are in there with you, we may need someone else to come in and explain the condition of a building or something along those natures. We can have necessary staff in there if we need it for clarification. Confidentiality. So this goes into Councilmember Burns' question. Council members are legally prohibited from speaking publicly about confidential information that has been acquired in closed session. Unfortunately, we've seen some of, not here, other agencies where our memos appear in the newspaper are confidential memos or surprise. Thank goodness they're well written. Violation of the Brown, that's what we strive for. Violation of the Brown Act can be a crime. Intentional violations of the Brown Act are misdemeanors. The remedies for violation of a Brown Act include nullification of the action taken, cure and correction, the requirement to audio record closed sessions. So a court could demand that you start recording your closed sessions, an award of attorney's fees, and in certain circumstances, damages. And I want to add to this list really bad headlines. And what we want here in Hollister are good headlines. We have seen, so in the extended version of this training, I bring a number of headlines that other cities have had to deal with based on the fact that they violate closed session or they violate the Brown Act or they violate conflict rules. So those are consequences, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. Is there an advantage potentially to recording closed sessions?
I wouldn't, and I can give counsel an opinion on this, but I don't want to waive the attorney-client privilege. I wouldn't recommend recording and I wouldn't recommend note-taking in closed session, but I can give that opinion confidentially.
Thank you.
And that's it. That was the really condensed version of a 2-hour training. So there's a lot more to it. And I encourage you to read your handbooks and reach out to me if you have questions. But does anyone else have any questions?
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
you're
it,
welcome.
City Attorney. City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, so we'll move on to our mid-year budget review and budget development process. Can we have a staff report on that?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, members of the public. Casey Storga, City's Admin Services Director, here to talk through fiscal year 22-23 budget development. Unfortunately, not to get into the weeds, but talk general concepts, principles, policies, and rules. Just like the city attorney mentioned, there's good reasons why we have these rules. It's best practice, and we are conducting the public's business and protecting the public dollar. So you see, as we discussed tonight, the principles that guide us in the budget development process. First, we'll talk very basic. What is a budget? What does it mean? What can it do? What should it do? We'll talk about our current fiscal year 22-23, the budget analysis questions that we look for as staff, and then how we use that information to then build the next year, fiscal year 23-24 budget development process and that life cycle. What is a budget? So it's both of these things, a plan, general guidelines, but also concurrently a legal document. So the city council sets policy goals and objectives through adopting a budget. It'll highlight policy areas and those departments and staff members that are charged with those responsibilities of carrying out a policy goal or objective. It does include a staffing plan in a lot of detail. What positions align with what departments, who are those individuals filling those roles in some cases, and then at what cost to the city. But it also addresses our core service needs, especially as a full service city, but then also any emerging need, whether that is an emergency or something new in terms of policy adopted here at the local level or handed down from the state or federal level or regional level as well. The budget is also a legal document. We are required to adopt one by California law. There's some quirky nuances there, but we have a requirement primarily because of that second bullet point. Staff does not have the authority to spend the public dollar without approval from the city council. So that's what our legal document as a budget does for us. It'll authorize spending by staff on the council's behalf, which is indirectly on the public's behalf. And there is a requirement to have this balanced budget that we want to use all data available to project what our costs are going to be and to understand what our anticipated revenues are, to have those revenues offset our expenses, to have that balanced budget and further protect the public dollar. A budget also includes both short-term and long-term considerations. And we have an obligation through staff and presenting that to the city council to budget for both. You see it on the right side of the screen there. The short term, we're considering what is forecasted in terms of our needs, our revenues and expenditures for the next 12 months, which is what we consider our fiscal year. And that could be considering one-time funds through the federal government, as we saw with the CARES Act or ARPA or some special grant the city has applied for and received. There's a lot of unique opportunities for one-time funding, but also what does that mean in terms of one-time decision-making for an expense? And typically you'll see some policies that do identify one-time funding should explicitly be used only for a one-time expense. So we consider that and what that looks like in the current year and future year budgets. What service levels does the community have today in the near future in the current fiscal year in that short-term section? But all of this builds up into our long-term considerations. What does our tax base look like? How are we taking care of our residents right now and future residents? How do we make land use decisions? How do we make safety decisions to consider the future? What are our debt management strategies? What policies are included in the city's kind of library of rules to guide us in decision-making? What type of agreements do we have on either side of the table from the city? What does our capital improvement project plan look like? And what does that forecast look like in terms of our needs, the anticipated costs and anticipated funding sources as well? What does that look like in the document? What type of economic development strategies should be considered? And what does that look like in terms of a cost and benefit analysis to the city? And then financial policies for the use of fund balance, which can also be considered reserves. And I want to spend a little bit of time talking specifically about fund balance. With the nuance, I know there's a lot of language here on the slide, and this will be published on the city's website after for review. But there are different types of reserves or fund balances that are an obligation, especially if I'm wearing my finance director hat. There is an organization called the Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB, which essentially tells us how to administer the accounting as a public agency. So when we go through an audit, the auditors are referencing GASB rules, tell us how to conduct the activities to manage and track and report on the public dollar. And so the GASB rule here on the screen is GASB 54, which tells us how to identify what types of fund balances for both the short-term understanding of what our budget picture may look like, but more so for the long-term picture. And there's different types of fund balances, whether it's something where we really have a restricted, committed fund balance. From restricted is an explicit category. They use the word restricted, but you can read the screen here top down as the most restrictive, the committed fund balance. And that is something where it is a clear priority to the city and the city council that we want to have some rules to make it really challenging to use that funding for another purpose. And so it could be something where there's a capital project that is incredibly important that we want to dedicate funding and assign rules to that funding that a future council or some other project that may pop up can't borrow, some might say steal from that really important topic. It could also be just part of our operating reserves, that it's really restrictive. It's really important for our financial stability as a city who, one, have operating reserves, but also to restrict them. And potentially only be used under a state of emergency, whether it's directed by the mayor regionally or at state or federal level, or it could be through a majority of the city council or a unanimous act, and depending on quorum, et cetera. So there's a lot of provisions that you can write in terms of policy to have restrictions for certain fund balance levels to make sure that we have the most stable access to our funding. And I know we're getting kind of quirky on the accounting side here, but it's really important because this is what's going to show up in the budget document that gets presented to the council at a future date. So as you work down there, we just talked through the committed fund balance. Next is the assigned fund balance. So it's something that is equally important, but has more flexibility built in. So it's something where we have a set aside, for example, for something like a OPEB or pension costs. OPEB is other post-employment benefit costs. So it's something where we know that we have this long-term obligation. We know we need to budget for it, but we're not going to commit it. We're not going to totally restrict those funds. So that's how staff can build that into a budget and present that to the council saying, this is something to include in the budget. We want to set it aside and assign a purpose to it, but not fully restrict it and not fully tie the council's hands, because there might be a unique need that pops up where we could use that in a strategic way along the path. The final bullet point is unassigned fund balance, which is the most liberties built into that. And that's something where after all of our bills are paid as a city, all of our core services are met, that's where the unassigned fund balance comes in, where there might be a unique need. There might be a pilot project that the council wants to pursue, and that would be using the unassigned fund balance. And there's a couple of examples here. I'll spend some brief time here. If the city were a family or a household, this is how it could be structured. And if you read this screen from the bottom upwards, you consider the bottom items something that you could potentially delay. One of those examples is that family vacation. In the tight budget years, it's unassigned, so I may have to delay or cancel the family vacation for that year. But I still have to meet my legal obligations at the top of the screen. I still have my core needs for food, shelter, housing, all those basic costs. And it's a lot like the city's decision-making. So it could be, again, from that bottom up, that special project we have a set aside, unassigned, and in those tough budget years, maybe that's potentially what we talk about and make a decision there. If you go from the top down, here's an example of our budget. We have this $50 million in cash on hands. We know we have operating costs. So we take that 40 million off the top. We know we want to be responsible and have that 2-month operating reserve, and we want to commit to that. And so we essentially take that 6.7 million off the top. And so we restrict our ability to spend for our core needs. We want to really dedicate the funding. So as staff builds a budget and gets feedback from the public, from the council, especially with policy direction, ideally, we will lead the conversation to provide examples like this as part of our recommended budget to council, so we can have those types of policy decisions and kind of evaluate what our ability to fund X, Y, and Z, and in what respect, at what levels. Again, fiscal year 22-23, our current year, this is our general fund budget. Our general fund pays for most of our operating costs for most of our departments citywide. And you see through the calculation, we were going to begin the year with the fund balance, beginning fund balance at that $9.8 million. We have planned revenues, both with general fund revenues and specifically we call out Measure W there. And then we have this subtotal of total funds available, $47.2 million. Also a plan to spend $39 million. That would leave us with a net impact of $7.8 million ending the year. So we wanted to take this information, evaluate it, analyze our expenses for the full year as we gather data. We are in the end of March now, so we'll have almost a full year of data as we calculate our anticipated costs for the year. And then we are also, through March for our tax collection, our fee collection, et cetera. And so we can see kind of that litmus test of how we're doing for this year based on our plan. Also with the budget essentially being a policy document through all the activities that can be anticipated, whether it's a new product or a core service, there could be an example policy, and this is totally made up. But on the staff's analysis side, we look to see what a council policy, for example, Hollister will be a safe, inclusive, and active community. What does that mean in terms of a budget, a staffing plan? What do each of these words, literally, what does each word mean? Because if you look at safe, what does that mean? And what department, what staff levels in which departments are required to fulfill that goal? So as we work through kind of goal setting as our city manager presents after me, I think we're looking for those types of conversations that we have guidance, input, and feedback, and really some explicit direction from the council into what we want to have incorporated in our next year budget. And as we analyze our current year and kind of how we're doing and what our financial health is like, we're looking at our short-term stability. It's been a wild ride for the past few years. Wild is an understatement. So we're looking at that in terms of the financial health. We're looking at the support that one-time funding has provided to the community and the impacts of that. And also we have this ongoing economic uncertainty that we're navigating through right now. And so staff is certainly in those conversations. We're understanding what our tax base is doing right now, locally, regionally, and we're working with our sales tax consultant, HDL, to project what the future might be. So we're understanding all that type of data. We're also understanding our community needs that are dynamic and in some respects growing. If it is deferred maintenance, what does it mean doing a project this year? Could we delay it for a few years? And what does that mean? Is that going to be compounding costs? So it's unaffordable now or unaffordable in the future. So it's better to do it now. We work with all of our departments to conduct that analysis so we can make a recommendation on what is included in the fiscal year budget. Staffing, understanding those challenges, not only retaining our excellent staff is recruiting and providing that support where identifying what our vacancy rate is, how we can become a competitive employer and how we can keep the best and brightest. That's a challenge not only in Hollister, but I think regionally and in the public sector, which is a challenge. So we're looking to navigate that challenge. And again, the evolving need for public service, what our core services are and as our needs expand. And that could be an inject from a natural disaster or an emergency, but also the outside influences that could also include federal state legislation changing, the counties, the schools, the hospital, water district, et cetera, having some change in their atmosphere and that impact on the city. And we use all that information to start building next year, which is fiscal year 23-24. So the finance team led a conversation with all of our city departments, a lot of new players in the room and looking to learn from individuals that have gone through the budget process in the past. We talked about the budget calendar, certain deliverables and milestones that are built in, both at the individual department basis, and then how that collectively builds up to allow us to present something to the council. Also navigating, as I mentioned before, that the city does have 11 departments. 6 of those departments have new department heads and a couple of vacancies. So that is a known challenge, and we're really leaning on individuals that have been here in the past to kind of show us the way, show us reference documents from the past, but also build upon that knowledge to move forward with this new budget in 23-24. The city attorney's office also hosted procurement training so we can understand not only what the state law requires, but what our existing policy requires, and then what that might mean in terms of staffing capacity. If there's certain laws that we have to follow, if there's certain language in our policy, what does that mean in terms of staff capacity to provide that service to the public is an analysis that we're currently undergoing right now. And again, as part of the 23-24 budget development process, we're identifying where our core services are, which are customarily 80 to 90% of our total budget. So understanding that that's the lion's share of the budget, how will the cost of providing these core services change? We're in a fundamentally different economic environment. We want to make sure that we are that competitive employer. We know a lot of the third parties that we work with, their cost of doing business has gone up. The cost of purchasing goods has gone up incrementally. So it's understanding what all those key variables mean when we put them all together and present the budget to council. We are currently in labor negotiations with all of our groups. So working through that process, again, to retain and recruit the best and the brightest, we need to have competitive compensation. We need to have a safe and modern workplace, access to modern tools, contemporary tools and technology. So all that putting together allows us to operationalize whatever our policy goals are and what that looks like in the budget. All of that has a cost associated to that. And so we want to present that to the council to consider. We do have challenges, as I mentioned before, that it's an incredibly competitive labor market. It is common for recruitments to fail, sometimes with 0 applicants. The Human Resources Division is working to get pretty creative in terms of how we get out there, how we market the city, and then again, what those potential costs would be. Certainly there are cost benefit analysis performed in that, as part of that procedure too. And as mentioned before, the last bullet point, how do we navigate a world where the interest in public service as a career has changed and declined, quite frankly. As we look forward about our general financial stability, our goal is to complete our outstanding financial audits, and we have a couple of those that we want to navigate through very quickly. So we have a milestone hopefully hitting in the next couple of months, and then that will allow us to start the second step there. And that will really focus our attention on the long-term financial health of the city. And then we can navigate potentially with policies or ideas or have the conversation about what are debt management strategies, whether that's understanding our existing debt or ideas for future debt and how that can be leveraged to best use, maximize use of the public fund. And with that, there can either be drafts or updates of various financial policies. One of the ones was a fund balance policy that I discussed earlier. Known challenges to navigate that field is limited resources. There's vacancies and turnover, and there are some gaps with institutional knowledge that we're also navigating through as well. But certainly one of our core principles is that long-term financial health for the city. Also understanding we still have some portions of the one-time funding available in our general fund. What can that mean for in terms of staff and projects, et cetera? We're working with our consultant to understand what that sales tax environment may be. And there's a slide coming up that gives a clear picture there. But also understanding all of our taxes and fees in general that we collect as a city, all of our revenue sources, as we navigate this unknown economic condition in the next few months, year. There's a lot of questions and considerations about if it will hit, when it'll hit, and how deep it will hit. And also understanding the applicant, the public side, the property owner, the person that's doing the remodel in their home. Access to money has fundamentally changed as well with the interest rates. So that translates into fewer projects, which equals fewer fees collected. The ability to get a loan or borrow money is either impossible at this time or incredibly expensive. So that could also delay projects. So in terms of our property tax dollar that we collect, this is an image that is borrowed from the county of San Benito. And this is where we see, I have a laser pointer. So if you squint your eyes to the right of the word of, you'll see the city's 2 cents out of the dollar. This is the property tax dollar that's collected. And there's also the successor to the redevelopment agency. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the cursor. So you see it for every property tax dollar that's collected. Not only do the cities only receive 2 cents in the county, they also do get a small portion of the successor to the redevelopment agencies. So not the full dollar comes to the city of Hollister. This is the summary of interest rates. This is provided by our sales tax consultant. And this is at the very bottom, it has March 2022. And it's a full year up to March 2023. I'm squinting now, I apologize. That circled item shows an increase of 475 basis points. So this is that cost of money, the cost of borrowing money has increased by 475 basis points in a matter of 12 months. So that's where we see also the challenge to undertake projects, small or large, and then the city's inability to collect those fees associated with the projects. This is also provided by HDL, which looks not only at sales tax specifically at Hollister by contract, but also they are one of the heavy hitters in the industry statewide. So this is their overall analysis of their statewide trend and the annual outlook as we look forward. And the green bars, the first green bars, mid screen, that's 22, 23. And we saw that 30.7% because we have the previous 2 years, middle of COVID, which were frankly exceptions. And I think there was a lot of questions as we entered the pandemic of what is the economic environment going to be like? And we saw these injects of one-time funds. We saw spending fundamentally change on how people had to make purchases. And we saw just a really exceptional, odd, and potentially one-time event. So the green bars to the right of the screen are more traditionally what we expect, the year-over-year growth. However, that red arrow is showing 23, 24 projections at growth at only 0.5%. And so that's a consideration that staff's understanding that data point as we make recommendations for what we can afford in terms of our expenditures based on that revenue with sales tax being one of the largest generators. And with that, every consumer that's making a purchase in the city of Hollister is paying a 9.25% sales tax. And we wanted to show how that's broken down. So there's that 7.25 state base for the sales tax. And of that, 1% goes to the city. That 6% goes to the state and the other 0.25 goes to the county. Measure W, we have that additional 1%, which is directly to the city. And then measure G has the additional 1% going to COG, specifically for transit projects. So that's how you get that 9.25%. With the summary below of for every dollar in sales and use tax that is collected, the city of Hollister only receives approximately 22%.
Casey, if I may just hop in for a minute, what our slice of the tax dollars is not showing because it will develop down the road is with the annexations through the property tax sharing agreement. So there was property tax sharing agreement reached about a year and a half ago with a particular split on the new annexed areas. So that's not included in here, but that is something to consider.
And almost one of the final slides. So as we consider budget development, much like what we heard earlier tonight and kind of a trend throughout all of our decision-making is we're heavily reliant on data. We want to be able to point to a document, a technical expert, whatever that might be, to say this is a recommendation and why it is a certain type of recommendation. So that's what staff's gathering, both on the finance side as we collaborate all the departments' input, but that's also what's happening at that department level, whether they're seeing calls for service in a certain way, the cost of business of our partners is changing in a certain way. We're gathering that information, that data, so we can make a data-driven recommendation to council. Very much so that is because we have a fiduciary responsibility to protect the public's funds and not necessarily go on a gut or an instinct, but be able to point to something as a reference point. And as part of our service delivery and goals, our city manager, as I mentioned before, is going to speak further about goal setting in general and how that could be incorporated into the budget development process. But part of our next steps will be to come back to the council with those detailed numbers so we can understand what our service level needs may be and then what that looks like in an official recommended budget probably in the next 6 to 8 weeks as it gets presented to the city council. And with that, I'm available for any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Thank you. Do we have questions from council? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and be brief. Thank you for the presentation. It's very helpful. So when did the city of Hollister last conduct a GASB audit, and what were the results of that audit?
I think our most recent audit was for the fiscal year 2019-20, where we have audited financial reports. And the general results are incredibly detailed in nature. I don't know that I could summarize them in brief here, but that was our last audit.
Okay. And what percentage of our general fund is consumed currently by public safety?
I don't have that number. I look it up. I think I can get it pretty quickly, but I don't have that offhand.
Okay. You mentioned 475 base points or base point mean, or no, I'm sorry, 475 base points in your presentation. Totally lost. What does that mean? How do I interpret what that?
Absolutely. So a basis point is a standard to evaluate it, to essentially get rid of percentages. So if you think of 2/3, you see 0.6666 and maybe a line over it and it goes on forever. If we were to calculate values, especially percentage of values and large numbers, the largest of numbers we're talking about, if there's a rounding error, those are tens or hundreds or millions of dollars potentially. Instead of doing that, it's basis points. So you could see 66 basis points, 0.66, the end, rather than having that rounding number for averages. If you do a ratio of 2/3, so instead of saying 2/3, it'll be 0.66. So to say, I apologize.
No,
so for that 475,
right,
that is
exactly.
a 4.75% increase.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for putting it in terms I can understand. And then, did I understand you correctly saying that the projected economy growth for the next fiscal year is going to be 0.5%?
Yes, that's correct. And it's specific to our ability to collect sales tax, which is indicative of the economy generally, but yes, it's 0.5 percentage point.
And so, again, can you help put that in some context for me? What does that mean to me as my role as a council member?
I think that means in terms of making decisions about our increase in costs and all the costs that we may incur and how those may grow year over year. Especially considering inflation, I think we know those costs have increased more than 0.5 percentage point. So we'll have to evaluate based on the revenues in one of our fund balances or potentially exploring new or different revenue streams because we know that our costs are going to increase. So that's the type of decision making that we'll have to go through.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez, any questions?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation.
Vice Mayor, do you have any?
Let me speak to the mic. Just want to say great job. That was really well done. High level, but understandable to folks. So thank you. That was really nice.
Thank you so much, Mr. Astorga. You did a great job, and for somebody who's new, it was very, very helpful to me. The only question I really have is relates to our sales tax, because you know, you hear a lot of projections, $9 million. How are we doing? Are we getting to where we thought we'd be as far as sales tax coming in, or are we under what we thought initially?
So I think we are on budget for fiscal year 22,
far, so
23 for the current fiscal year. And what we do is to understand how we're doing. Staff meets with HDL, who gathers all the data, to helps us synthesize that, not only looking at Hollister specifically, but if we see a certain industry or certain business have a challenge, and we want to know, is that unique to Hollister or is that happening globally? So our consultant helps us understand and digest that data. And so we do look at that quarterly. And based on our last analysis through mid-year, through 6 months of the activity, we're on budget. And we think we're going to remain on budget through the year. So I think based on what was budgeted, and I forget the number off the top of my head, but we will meet that budget number. And I think we'll learn more as we meet with HDL to understand what that looks like. But I think in general, we'll be on budget for our sales tax revenue. I think city manager has something to add.
Yes.
I just want to add, just to provide a little bit of clarity, roughly 60% of our general fund budget goes towards police and fire.
Okay, do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, no, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay. And I think that's it. Thank you. Unless you have more, any other discussion? No? All right, well, then we can move on to our goal setting then. And we have our staff report. Would we like, are we asking to take a break? Is that? We can take a 10-minute break so we can. Okay. All right, so it's 6:40, so take a 10-minute break.
Oh, there you go. Give it to Gordon. Yeah.
So we're ready. We're ready to resume. We'll go with our goal setting. Can we get the staff report?
All right, thank you and good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So our item tonight, which was the original intention of our special meeting, is our 23-24 city council goal setting. This really falls in nicely after Mr. Astorga's presentation to kind of help give some of the concept of how we're looking at budgets. So thank you, Casey, for that great presentation. And I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough before I pass it back to you, Mayor, to lead a discussion on the goals that will help inform the budget making process. So just our overview, we're going to talk about the objective tonight, an overview of our departments, council requests, department priorities, mission, vision, values, strategic goals, summarize what we've heard in our recommendations, and then ultimately we'll go off and prepare the budget and come back to you as Mr. Astorga mentioned in about 6 weeks or so and start having budget hearings in early June. So the objective this evening is to discuss and approve strategic goals for the city of Hollister's 23-24 fiscal year. What I wanted to do first is just kind of give a higher level overview of the departments within the city. We do have our department heads in attendance this evening. If you have any questions for them as we go through the process, they are all here and available to speak. And so we bundled here public safety. We heard Councilmember Burns ask about public safety. That would be our fire and police department, the prevention bureau and fire as well. And then we have animal care and services, code enforcement, the patrol unit, and the records department within the police, records division within the police department. Then we have the economic development side of the house, which would be your development services. And within there is our building, cannabis, housing, and planning divisions. The engineering department, along with the capital improvement program, that's where those projects lie. We talked a little bit about projects like Sally Street earlier. That's where those projects lie and get bid out from. And then quality of life departments, airport, community service department, that's going to be our roads, our water, our wastewater. And then parks and recreation. And then we have the administrative side of the house, which is our administrative services, being the finance department, human resources, and they do touch on the risk side of the house as well, along with the city clerk, city manager's office, and the information services. And then we also have, through our contract with Lozano Smith, the city attorney's office. So department priorities. So each year, the city, all our city departments ensure that their core services are funded via the budget request. So as Mr. Astorga pointed to before, the departments are going to go through and look at different items that they need when they make their recommendations. So communication tools, the staffing they need to deliver those core services, along with employee benefits, equipment and materials, facilities costs, the cost of our information systems. A lot of departments have different IT tools that they're using. Then we have to look at leases and debt service payments. So the first item that we have to do with any budget is pay our existing debt service down. That's item number one when we build the budget. Our park maintenance, unfunded state mandates. So as mentioned in the previous presentation, we have a lot of new requirements that come through the year through laws that are passed at the state level. We've had a handful of items from the planning department that have come over the last few months where there were changes to state law, and then that requires us to revisit our existing ordinances and policies and come back and make those changes. Those do have a cost associated with them. I know one of the things that we're going to look at, it's a tricky program, but you can do it. I know that police, Chief Reynoso and I have talked about it in the past, is the tracking of unfunded mandates and the costs associated with that. And there's a process for submitting to the state to try to get reimbursed for that. You do see it a lot on county sides. And so cities are available to do that too. Typically, those requests are granted in a year where the state is more flush with funding. And typically you're using a third-party firm that handles all of that work, and then they take a percentage of what they recoup. So that's something we'll be looking at down the road. Then you have utility payments. So we've got to pay the PG&E bill and the water bill and all the other bills, just like any other business. The vehicles, we have a pretty extensive fleet of vehicles, from PD to fire to our roads crews and all our utilities crews, and including our our engineer staff that go out and do inspections, and building official. Everybody's out in the community. So we have to look at the vehicles that we have, the maintenance on them, as well as the length of their service, how long they're good for, and really at these times the availability of vehicles. I know a few months ago our community service director got permission to proceed with trying to bring vehicles in, because it's almost impossible to get them, and there's an extremely long lead time. And that's kind of our new normal that we've been dealing with the supply chain side, that we have to think differently in how we secure our vehicles and our fleet. We just can't order them anymore. We get awfully excited when there's actually a truck available that we can go pick up. Used to be, that was a pretty easy process, and hopefully we see down the road that kind of mellows out, but that's one of the items from the pandemic we still haven't seen kind of return to normal. And then our water and sewer maintenance. So we do have the costs. Those are in enterprise funds, but we do have to ensure that those utilities and critical services are maintained and planned for growth and for the future. And they have equipment. That equipment fails, we need to be prepared to replace that equipment. So one of the things I wanted to touch on is mission, vision, values that typically will inform a process like this. And so through the general plan process, there's typically a mission in there. So as that tends to develop out, we'll take another look at the vision statement and value statements that go along with that. But that really ultimately, and as we're getting close to that, that process really gives us the idea, the ability to have a guiding beacon of where we want to see the city going. And then the strategic goals and plan are typically aligned around that vision and mission. And that gives us the opportunity to ensure that the work that we're doing is geared towards meeting the vision, right? So I'm going to go through a brief process here before I pass it back over. What we did as staff is we took a look and came up with some buckets and some high-level strategic goals, right? And so how this was formulated, and I'll get to it in the next few slides, was going back and looking at the actions that council has taken, either via consensus then coming back with a formal ask throughout the last year or so of meetings, really, because that gives us kind of an idea of where your priorities lie by the requests that you're making and the investments you're asking of staff in time and resources. So this is in no way the comprehensive set, but just something as a starting off point for council. So downtown improvements, we've seen economic development, and that could be land use, and then specifically the general plan update. That's a pretty Herculean lift, so we wanted to give that its own sub-bullet there. The enhanced public safety, and we've seen items regarding emergency preparedness, cameras, We had the shot spotter discussion not too long ago. We're seeing more of a discussion around the safety of the community. And then fiscal sustainability. So asset management, along with grant development and, standard fiscal policies and practices. As we, we've made an investment in a grant consultant, as well as, an effort to apply for more. And kind of going back to the presentation that Mr. Astorga gave, how the staff is focusing on fiscal stability as we look forward. And then quality of life, the traffic calming measures, park investments, and working with the unhoused community. And then staff development. So what I'm going to do now is just do a quick walkthrough here of some of the items that we've heard and seen. So there's examples of such. The Zoom screen is blocking it, but that's downtown improvements. And so staff is working on Briggs Building parking fee study. And these are items that are in the end of your agenda packet with the council projects that we talk about towards the end of the meeting. And so there's been direction for us to look at items like the beautification of downtown lots, food truck ordinance review, an outdoor night market, looking at just our events overall in general and how our municipal code addresses those events. As we've done more investments in the downtown area, there's been more of a desire to do more downtown. And as things change, our code has not. So how do we address that? So the activities that we want to do are in alignment with the code. And then upgrade and replace the lights downtown in the first block of the side street lights with rescue plan funds. So we do have, for the side streets, we do have a proposal out right now, a request for proposal for that project. And so folks have the ability to bid on that right now. Economic development. So looking at checklists for the steps for new businesses, making it easier for someone that wants to start a business to know what to do in the city. How do you do it? What's your first step? We've had oftentimes folks will want to start by getting a business license and think they're done. And depending on what type of business, there's probably a very good chance that you are not done. And so making that a little more clear for the community. We want to encourage entrepreneurialism, and make that easier. We don't want the process to be so cumbersome that you stumble along the way. Time is money, and we want to make sure that that's a good process. We had an item to look at folks that are blocking, developers that are blocking the alleys, streets, public right of way for longer than 2 days. At times there's construction, and we've seen construction material, those types of things that are just out for a long time. Before you know it, it's been, it may seem like a short amount of time for that individual, but it may have been weeks that those items are out. So what does that look like? Hiring a building official and building inspector. Then we have our MOUs with the Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Corporation, and the Downtown Association. Those came before you back in last summer. And so there's definitely an interest from those organizations to continue working with the city. Potential process changes regarding the council's review of initiating a general plan amendment to potentially lower the vote threshold to approve that initiation. And then lastly, the process for developers appealing the decisions that may be reached by the Planning Commission. Enhanced public safety. So I've been working with OES on the cooling and warming center policy. The floods did deter that a little bit from a time frame, but we're pretty close there. And I'll be bringing back something for your consideration. We are walking in lockstep with the county on that because we share the same facilities. If it's a county issue, if it's like we saw at the flooding, we had folks at the Vets building. It makes sense that we work together on that. We are working to put together the disaster debris removal RFP. We've had, as I mentioned earlier, cameras with the parks, as well as in, particular areas throughout the city. And then the shot spotter and flock presentations. From a fiscal sustainability standpoint, addressing our deferred facility maintenance, our community services director was before you. a few months ago to ask permission to work and issue an RFP to have a better understanding of the work that is needed. And so that helps us from a budgeting process to make sure that we're budgeting for the maintenance of these facilities. As you may know, some of the buildings that we're in, including this one, are over 100 years old. And so we need to be cognizant of the costs that come with those buildings and making sure that the maintenance is budgeted accordingly. We have started employee MOU negotiations, the enhanced budgeting process. So tonight was the start of a request that came through this process for, a deeper dive into the budgeting process. So we're starting that process. And then we've had a handful of policies that have recently come up, including council travel, discretionary funding, and then revisions to our procurement policy. Quality of life. This is where we're seeing a lot of them come in. And again, this is just my interpretation of where these fall. Some could fall in multiple categories. A dark sky ordinance, dog park at Vista Park Hill, graffiti and litter abatement team, looking at funding a historical officer position, working with our county and city partners on creating the potential of creating a JPA to address those that are facing challenges with housing, a future park to be developed in District 3, ideas for the skate park and investing in park cleanups, the LGBTQ plus campaign, policy on traffic calming that we just discussed earlier this evening, looking at shade structures, sound wall painting. There was a request to conduct a special meeting down the road to discuss the library. I know that's of interest of the county as well. Strategic plan and study for Vista Park Hill improvement and toddler area at Dunn Park, along with a tree replacement program. And then staff development, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging training, and then a policy around how staff communicates with our customers, our general public, including timing and how we get back in with emails and phone calls. And so to summarize, what we're looking at is, here are those buckets that seem to naturally occur, but we would want to hear from the council on if we're going down the right track, where your priorities are, and help us by, setting these goals that we'll then use and take back and use that in the formulation of the budget. We are also going to look at the items that were on that list as we develop the budget as well. Many of these items have come through the regular process of meetings, and I want to take a step back and evaluate what we need to get those items across the finish line. And so that some of those will have, staffing implications or direct costs associated with them. So as we build out the budget, we are going to take a step back and look at that. As Mr. Storga mentioned, the budget is our plan for the year. So we want to put all of this together, then decide, okay, what staff do we need to accomplish these items? And then do we think we can afford it? And if we can, hey, that's perfect. If not, here's the priorities that you've laid out. Here's, the items that we know we have to fund, and then have a deeper discussion down the road as we go through the budget hearings of what we can fund and can't fund, or put as a parking lot item for either the next year or halfway through the year as revenues come in. So that's the planned approach. I'd like to just place a recommendation out to top strategic goals will guide staff on where to focus their time, energy, and city resources, and to help guide the fiscal year 2023-24 budget process. With that, I'll pass it back to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Why don't we see if there's any questions of council? Councilmember Burns? Thank you, Mayor.
Actually, only have one question, have a lot of comments, but I'll reserve those for later. Has there been any thought, discussion, or consideration about maybe a city reorganization? I know we've had some challenges recruiting positions at the highest level throughout the city, and maybe there's an opportunity, recognizing the financial uncertainty, to consider some sort of a reorganization. And that's my only question. Thank you, Mayor.
Staff have not had those discussions.
Councilmember Resendez, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have that written down too. I think we need to look at restructuring some of the departments. In particular, I don't know why the cannabis is under planning. That one really sticks out to me. I would assume that it'd have to be under PD, if anything. But again, just looking at restructuring departments in general to, and maybe we can get help with that to see what's the best way to move forward on that. Everything you listed is on your quote unquote on the list that we're supposed to be doing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
I
so-
believe we've captured everything. There may be some smaller items that may be almost
I'm gonna
across
throw
the finish
two
line.
of them out to you.
Yes, please.
Just to see. Final approval of tenement maps. I asked for that to come back to the council. I didn't see that on there. I'm assuming it's in the works. And then the arts and culture impact fees. And I'm assuming both of those are moving forward. But those are my questions for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Press, no? Vice Mayor?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering, would you also be able to bring back kind of the status of last year's or this year's, what we approved in terms of positions and goals and the purpose of those positions, and actually if they were hired and if they're actually doing the work? A lot of the measures that we talked about as priorities of last year, just what the status is, and or nothing's been done.
We can do an analysis of what was approved at budget and where those positions are.
Great, and I have no questions. Do we have public comment questions?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, why don't we open this up for some discussion then? Councilmember Burns, you want to go first?
Oh, well, of course. Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just going to put it right out at the get-go. My number one priority is going to be public safety. Always has been, always will be. Police, fire, code, health related issues. Candidly, I don't think it matters any of the other things if we don't have a safe community. And so I think our police department, our fire department, our code enforcement people overall do an amazing job. And I want to see a priority there. We've had challenges in the past, at least in the police department, recruiting personnel and keeping personnel. And I know a lot of that has to do with financial compensation. Excuse me. And so for me, that's my number one priority. I know we're going into contract negotiations. I think overall, we really need to focus primarily on keeping the quality staff that we currently have. And then let's add to it as we're able to. So keeping staff would be part of my top two priorities. And then I would have to say after that, clearly parks, they're the part of our neighborhoods. And so we need to maintain our parks. And again, I think this city has done an overall excellent job in that regard. And for me, those three kind of go hand in hand. And then I guess finally, I am very concerned about having the emergency preparedness. And I think we got a little test with the floods. And I think that city staff rose to the occasion. I've heard nothing but great things about how the city performed. And so congratulations, but I want to make sure that we are prepared for the next Loma Prieta earthquake or whatever it is, so that we're good to go. And I really think that we have the leadership on board at all levels now. And leadership isn't just necessarily a job title or a pay grade. I really think that we've seen some amazing things in the 2 years I've been on council in a very positive way. I would like to look more closely at the airport. They seem to be out of sight, out of mind. I've often and always thought that that's a diamond in the rough. And so there have been development conversations come and go. And so that's a priority after the other items. And grant writing is huge. And so if we're going to hire somebody, my number one priority would be to hire a grant writer that could not only mine for grants, but would also be able to assist in grant management, because it's more than free money. There's a lot of work that goes with that. And so for me, those are my priorities for this budget year. all while remaining fiscally conservative. I'm very concerned about 0.5% growth rate on a tax basis. And I've heard this could be anywhere from a 1 to 3 year wild ride for us. And so I want to be very conservative, and I appreciate that that's kind of been the direction that I've heard since I've been on council. And so I like having plenty of reserve for those rainy days, shall I say. And so with that, those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Brazendis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to say thank you to all the department heads for coming here tonight. It's nice to see you guys. I think the PD is built into the core services. But obviously that's our number one job, is to maintain the safety of our community. I am disappointed to see the fire department come in year after year after year over budget. So we need to work on that. We need to figure out what we need to do to ensure that they're allotted the proper budget that they need, or that we help them to get under budget. I think that, I mean, department heads can probably agree to this. You guys, we're behind. We've got a list, a ton of things already that we've been asking for that have not made it to the finish line. It looks like you have your work cut out for you already, from what I can tell. So I'm excited to see all of you here. I have faith. I've seen a quality and a level of service, not only that's provided to the council, but to our citizens. And I really, really, truly appreciate you being here. I want to see us start chipping away at that list, so then we can move on from there, because it feels like we're behind. We've got to keep in mind that we are headed towards a recession. The number one thing that I hear from the constituents when I'm walking is the infrastructure issues that we face here as a community, not only throughout the city, but throughout the county. But what's going on with our roads, our sidewalks, our alleys? We need to prioritize that. Planning, I think that goes hand in hand with that as well. Right? I think we need to get the general plan wrapped up. And then economic development in order to generate more revenue. I mean, I've got more, but I think those are the main priorities that I'd like to see done. And before that, we need to get our audit done, our audits, I should say. That way we have a better idea of where we're at and where we can go from there. Thank you. Thank you all.
Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thank you not just to the department heads that made it, but to all the all of our employees. We truly appreciate you for all that you do out there or in the office. My first and foremost priority is always going to be emergency preparedness, police and fire. After that, alleys. Not all the districts have alleys, and you know what? There's nothing worse than going into your garage and finding water in there, because you have a garage in the alley, let alone all the people that live there and have to go through these puddles to get into their houses. Just because they live in an alley. So alleys is definitely way up there for me. Parks, yes, definitely important. There was other things. I'm glad to see the tree program on there. The replacement of trees. And that's it.
Vice Mayor Morales.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and thanks everybody for being here and all the hard work. My priorities, I think first is, in addition to the budgetary and the council priorities, is understanding our legislative priorities as well. To identify one, potentially two items that we need to strategize and coordinate and appoint or commit to a committee or commission in order to move our agenda forward, the city of Hollister's agenda forward. I'd like to have stability, and that means our infrastructure to be able to do the core work that the city does, which means hiring staff. So that would be my number one priority. to stabilize, which means like having the administrative branch of the infrastructure for the city fully functional, hired, trained, so that they can do their job efficiently and effectively. And they already do, but you can always learn more. Next is the roads. This is very different than the traffic calming, but our roads in certain areas need to be fixed. And also a lot of the work that we're doing with COG for those 25, 156, 152, and 101, that we have a clean environment, which means making sure that our public works department is staffed and has the equipment to do their job. Making sure that we are safe, which is very different than police. Having and maintaining the city of Hollister's culture, which includes a lot of family events and a sense of community. And for our departments to prioritize customer service and being able to be look at the end user and their impacts, because that means to them that we are impacting their quality of life and financial aspects as well. So I'd like to see the economic development division to be fully functional and focused, and actually put measures in place to identify areas of improvement and measure customer satisfaction rate, and that to be tied into something.
Okay, so first, thank you, City Manager, for the wonderful start for us, because, you know, just coming up with a bunch of goals, it's nice to have them the way you group them. It gave us a good foundation. So I have a list, and some of them you mentioned already, but I'm going to start with my number one, which is, of course, economic development, simply because it drives everything else. We need the revenue to take care of safety and all of the other things that we want to do around roads and other things. So that for me is number one. And I think it's probably somewhere on our list of to-dos, but I really think looking at the transient occupancy tax, looking at possibly getting that on the ballot for an increase will help us. Focusing on some of our areas of tourism like agritourism, agritech, airport expansion, things like that, just under economic development, and even some entrepreneurship programs I think are important, and even training programs. A lot of our small mom and pop shops, they need a little help. And so maybe collaborating with our HDAs and our chamber and EDC, maybe to come up with some ways to support our local businesses to help them stay successful and stay open. The next area I had was, well, kind of grouped it, roads, mobility, and connectivity. So we're talking infrastructure, of course, repairing and upgrading the roadways and alleys, having walkable streets and bike pathways and broadband, and also advocating with our regional partners on transportation and traffic issues. So that's an area for me. And then also the revitalization downtown, which, you know, we've done some things, there's more things that we can do. We've talked about upgrades for the downtown buildings, like how can we help the owners down there to get those upstairs that are sitting vacant? You know, is there programs or grants that we could, you know, help to convert that to affordable housing? You know, there's things that we can do to bring more folks back into the downtown, looking at parking needs and requirements there. The next area for me is community engagement and communication and transparency. It kind of all goes together. You know, I think the city's made some great strides with that e-newsletter that they've been putting out and that y'all have been putting out. I know their website's being reworked, making it as user-friendly as possible. And I'm seeing more and more social media outreach, which I think is great. I just think inviting the community back in, something that's a priority for me, and just getting more engagement and buy-in on what's going on with the city. You talked about fiscal stability, which, yeah, I think that's important. I know you mentioned staff development. I called it organizational strength. So I think we do have to focus on our staffing. We've got an 18% vacancy rate. So we need to really focus on the key positions and get people in there. Customer service training, employee training, enrichment and recognition. We talked about the equity, diversity and inclusion program, just things to help with staff, retention I think having some really clear, I haven't seen what we have, but really clear performance standards and work environments. What is the work environment like and what can we do to make it better for, for our staff and what, where they're working. And then we talked about quality of life and definitely the enhancement of parks, programs for youth and seniors and, enhanced public safety programs. We didn't have it as a specific item, but I think intentional development and focusing on affordable housing is important. And I know we're already doing some of that work with the inclusionary housing policy that's being worked on and talking about ADUs and other affordable housing measures. But also, again, we're also updating our housing elements. We're already doing it, but to me, that's a category that's important to keep focused on. And then promoting sustainability and environmental resiliency. So that's, part of our emergency operation plans, how we respond to earthquakes, wildfires, and floods. Other things we've talked about, things like electric vehicle charging stations, that would all fall under that. I think those are mine. Sure. So do we have more discussion? Does anybody have any further comments they want to make? No? So did you get all that?
Wanted to also say the housing, you were talking about the affordable housing for the low and very low community. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got notes on everybody. I've heard a lot of the same themes. There are some themes that were just unique to one or two. So we can go about it, one of two ways. I could go a very high level and get consensus on some higher level themes. The other piece we can do too is look at doing that. And then in addition, looking at what that existing council priority list looks like and what that plan is. And then as we bring back to start the budget hearings, take a look at what we think it would be to get that done. And then what we think on the other consensus driven items that we're hearing tonight, and then come back and use that as a feedback starting point for the budget. We've heard of a lot of great ideas. We have to go through the budget and ensure that we can pay for them. However, it could be something where we look is that, from a strategic plan, is that a year one goal, year two goal, that type of thing as well. And so I think that, it's a challenge to say, no, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. But I think, if I'm looking through the list, I'm seeing public safety pop up, I believe on practically all of them. Economic development seems to be a common theme. Emergency preparedness, which could tie back into public safety, but I did hear that expressed multiple times, as well as our road infrastructure. And under economic development, we do have a handful of items that all kind of fit within that bucket. And then fiscal stability, as well as just a general commitment to customer service throughout all of these processes. However, I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything as I go through my notes here. So is there any from that platform, is that a good starting point, or am I missing anything through my notes that you would want to see included? And if so, maybe we could get a consensus.
I didn't hear anything about the affordable housing and intentional development, affordable housing piece. I mean, to me, that's a priority, and I think we're already working on it, but there may be more things we want to do.
I don't know if I mentioned alleys.
I did hear alleys, and roads, sidewalks, and alleys did come up multiple times.
Councilmember Byrne.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of my concerns is we really don't know until we have a clear budget picture. And what I don't want to do is create unrealistic expectations or overburden staff. It's kind of like if we can only afford a Volkswagen, we're not shopping Mercedes or Rolls Royce. And I think it's really important. We need to stay within our budgetary constraints, remain fiscally conservative, because we don't know what the future is gonna bring. I absolutely agree with the mayor on the TOT. The clock's ticking on that as I see it. And so there's a lot of work to be done there. And I really think we need to prioritize through the city manager staff's priorities so that they can deliver. And so I'd like to really see this list refined down to what's realistic, and then maybe have some wishes versus wants or needs. And so for me, I think that's really it. And I also would like to hear, now that the department heads have heard what council's thoughts are, and not necessarily tonight, but maybe to have them weigh in, because we're at a different level, and we're not in the day in work of any of the staff. And so for me, it's kind of important for me to hear what they want too, because at the end of the day, I think we need to find that happy medium. So thank you, Mayor.
Well, and I think if I may add, I think, if we look back at Mr. Astorga's presentation, just using a round number of a $40 million general fund where 80 to 90 is spent on core services. That alone is leaving you at 4 million when you haven't touched reserves, you haven't gone into MOU negotiations, any of those pieces. So we will have to look at that. And what do we want to look at from a, I'm hearing fiscal, fiscal stability seem to be a common theme. Do we want to look at strengthening reserves through this time, given the information we're hearing? Is that something from a direction standpoint that as we build the budget, do we come back and give you a handful of options of, this is what a 2-month operating reserve looks like, this is what 3 looks like, and then do we have a goal each year to help grow that reserve, where that's one of the things where we talked about, your first item that you have to do when you build your budget is basically pay your debt service payments. Then are we looking at a commitment to a reserve policy that we say, okay, we want to grow it because what could be 10%, a 10% reserve this year, if you don't ever adjust it, will become a 9% reserve. 2 years later, it'll be a 7% reserve. So you're always chasing that from a reserve standpoint. So
Right.
looking at something a little more formal that we bring forward to you through the process, I think would be beneficial as well.
Right. And as a PERS agency or PERS city, we can forecast retirements, and it's only gonna get more expensive. And so for me, I just need the 30,000-foot view to make 30,000-foot decisions that can then be trickled down through your office to ensure that we cover all our basic requirements to operate as a city, and then look at the luxury items. Maybe we can live with roll down power windows as opposed to power windows. I'm just saying, and I also don't want to see the ARPA money frivolously spent on things that right now, I think to keep that money, and frivolously is not a good choice of words, but to me, I see that as a bit of a safety net. And I know that money has to be spent within a period of time, but I don't think we have to rush to spend the majority of that money, not knowing what our fiscal future currently looks like. And I do remember, although not on council, that there was a point in time, maybe 10 or 12 years ago, this city was in financial dire straits. And through a lot of heavy lifting, some things got much better. And during my tenure on council, we've lived a pretty good life financially, even though we had to deal with COVID and some other challenges. But I don't want to just spend it thinking it's always going to be there. And I don't want to see us get more ARPA money, because I don't want another round of COVID or whatever it would take to get that federal money. So again, thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Did you want to respond to any?
No, just, the comment about the ARPA dollars and kind of where we're seeing, the sales tax kind of taper off. What we saw through California is the areas that weren't dependent, on a tourism industry, or some of the bigger cities didn't see as many of the economic pitfalls, and then got a one-time infusion. However, now you're seeing all of that start to the after effects of that, where now everything's beginning to taper off some, and we have to be prepared for what that looks like, knowing that, that was one-time funding that came in, and just keeping that in mind.
Quick question for you
Yes,
on that
please.
specifically. He mentioned, Councilmember Burns mentioned the needing to use the funds, but I seem to recall you saying something about it being moved to revenue replacement, so we don't have a timeline that we have to use them, right? Is that correct? Am I right?
When the dollars are treated as revenue replacement, which the allocation was just over 9.7 million, anything under 10 million, there were some changes in the law that along the way, anything under 10 million can be treated as revenue replacement. At that point, that comes in like one-time revenue to your general fund. At that point, though, you're really not saying we're going to use rescue plan for that anymore. You got to look at it as truly one time. That money's in there. Like you had a great year, that 1 year, you had a great year, but now you're moving forward with it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So hearing what you said and then hearing what we all said, I don't think that right now is the most appropriate time to go item by item. I would suggest that you go sit down with your staff. I would suggest that you take a deeper look at what was said here and maybe some of the things overlap with which you're already working on. Be realistic about the numbers, about the budget in general, overall, right? And then if there's any outliers, then possibly come back from now to budget. Maybe it's a good idea to come like in the middle between present the budget anyway, just one more time, and then present those outliers to us and then say, is this something you're really looking at? But with a more clearer picture. I think that where I'm at, where I'm more comfortable with is you heard from us, the public's heard from us, the staff's heard from us, then why don't you go back and work that and see what you could bring back from here to budget in the middle of it. Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
Okay.
Ultimately, I'll take direction from the council. So.
Does anybody else have comments or? Maybe? No, I do. Okay.
So I think,
Yes.
as you're coming back with recommendations on policy, so for predictability factors and like we are CalPERS, if you can reach out to the CalPERS board to verify information, and we have great resources that do presentations all the time. As you're bringing in those staff reports, that information is embedded within the reports on whatever it is, whether it's reserves or CalPERS or that information is embedded as part of the staff reports.
Absolutely.
So I think we're done with discussion. So are we, do we have a consensus to follow,
Yeah, I think I heard consensus on just some higher level pieces, but I want to make sure I have consensus to take those ones that we talked about, but still go back, work with the departments, come and as we go through the presentation process, really lay out what we think the plan was going forward to meet the existing council priorities, have a better idea of where we think our revenues are laying, and ensure that we can meet these goals and have a further discussion on them as we start the budget process. I think the general ones that are coming through are going to come through probably at any time. Public safety and roads, fiscal stability. I'm hearing, we did get consensus at the last meeting on the TOT and taking a deeper dive into that. So I think staff's on that path irregardless. And then, grants and a legislative ask, as Councilmember Morales mentioned, as we start to work, for district project requests at the federal and state level. That's really a high level grant program. And I think we have a tremendous opportunity to go after bigger projects there. And then I did hear parks and, staffing, as well as I believe I got a consensus on housing, but just to make sure, and by the head nods, I thought I did. So I think that, unless I'm missing anything that any of the council members would like to mention, I think that gives
Did I
us-
mention alleys?
That would be under the roads and sidewalks, right? That's just the infrastructure piece. But I think that gives us the ability to focus and come back with a deeper discussion at that budget meeting.
Well, that sounds great. So we already did discussion. So City Clerk, are there any public comments on the closed session items?
Mayor Casey, we don't have public comments on either of the closed session items.
City Attorney, can you read out our closed session items?
Yes, so number one is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation per government code section 54956.9. Significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.91 case. Item number two, conference with real property negotiators per government code section 54956.8. Under negotiation price and terms, property 190 Maple Street, Hollister, California, 95023. Agency negotiator, interim city manager David Marioni, negotiating parties Renee Coons.
All right, may I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
No brownies for me.
Hey, city attorney, is there any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
All righty then, can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries, meeting's now adjourned.